in the whole world. We're not only talking about Kenya, we are talking about internationally, globally. You are in one of the most peaceful city in the world. Hakuna matata Mombasa, au sio jamani? Lakini kama hujaonja samaki na kama hujaonja maji ya chumvi, unajua unasoma tu katika historia na katika mambo ya sayansi, eti maji ya chumvi, maji ya bahari yana ladha ya chumvi. Unajua CBC ni kutenda na kuona. Mimi ningekuomba tu, hata ile maji ya magoti ukiingia, chukua maji kidogo, weka kwa mdomo, sikutua, lakini nakuonya usimize, fanya gargling tu, ndio upate uhakikisho kweli maji ya Indian Ocean iko na chumvi. Na je, mbona ikaitwa Indian Ocean na isiitwe Kenyan Ocean? Je, unajua sababu ya hiyo? Hebu tafakari hayo mawili matatu kidogo. Ladies and gentlemen, tuendelee kidogo pole na burudani. In the next 5 minutes tutaendelea. Karibuni sana vijana wetu kututumbuiza.
Hello. Good morning, delegates. That was a very beautiful song. Just a reminder, please do not forget to put on your face mask. Very important. And your budget. Without a budget and without a face mask, our conference will not move smoothly. So, colleagues, let us always remember ourselves to put on the face mask. Announcement, Pastor Paul Kuria, is he around? Pastor Paul Kuria? Pastor Paul Kuria? Okay, if he will not be available, Bishop David Makimei. Thank you.
Pesa, watoto wana njaa, lakini mke wako anapenda tanga. Hata majirani wamechoka kumuona, husema fungeni milango, anakuja. Wananipe pesa, watoto wana njaa, sababu anapenda tanga. Hata majirani wanachoka kumuona, husema fungeni milango, anakuja. Watu wote wa Mombasa wakuona kila siku, kuingia nyumba zote za changa kali sana. Tafadhali bwana rudi, watoto wanalia, sababu mke wangu amezoea tanga. Sasa majirani walichoka kumuona, husema fungeni milango, anakuja. nipe pesa, watoto wana njaa, sababu mke wangu amezoea tangatanga, hata majirani.
Halo. Thank you so much, band. We are very happy. Delegates, guests, stakeholders, a very good morning. Good morning, all of you. I hope you are all happy. Are you all happy? Show it by hands. That is great. Thank you so much. Mombasani tumefurahia sana. This is now second day of our 17th ADC KEPSHA Primary Head Teachers Association. We are now commencing the program's day. We'll start with prayers from Bishop Makimei. Karibu, Bishop.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I do wish that we be upstanding to say this prayer, and as you stand, I was reflecting on the words of the psalmist, Psalms chapter 65, verse number 11, where David said in a prayer that you, God, crown the year with goodness, and your paths drop fatness. Imagine God is crowning our year with goodness. KEPSHA, we never knew that it would be possible to gather physically. This is a good crowning of the year 2021. And we also believe that fatness, refreshment, there will be a flow even as we step into the year 2022. Let's pray. Loving Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, we thank you that this morning you've given us a renewed strength. Thank you for giving us a focus as we continue in this wonderful conference that you've granted us. We don't take anything for granted, for it has taken your hand, even to guide the National Executive Board and all the planners, guiding everyone who is on board to have this moment as a success. We want to present the day before you, asking that your grace will continue being sufficient to all, to every facilitator, to every moderator of the program. And we also believe that by the end of this day, we will be careful to thank you. We honor you and we glorify you. We've heard from the psalmist that you do crown the year with your goodness. This is our prayer, that as we come to the close of the year 2021, no one will miss the mark of your favor, the mark of your blessings. We also believing that even as we approach 2022, greater doors of opportunity are opening for us, our individual lives, our families, our schools, our places of operation, and even our entire nation. For this is our prayer in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. God bless you.
Tutaendelea tena na maombi, lakini hata mtulie tu hivyo hivyo. Sio lazima tusimame tena. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Arrahmanirrahim. Maliki yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta alayhim ghairil maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Amin. Mwenyezi Mungu, tunakushukuru kwa siku nyingine. Tunakushukuru kwa neema zako zote. Ya Allah, tujalie tuendelee na kikao hiki kwa salama salimin. Kama tulivyoanza, tuendelee hadi tamati. Mwenyezi Mungu, tunashukuru kwa neema zako zote. Mwenyezi Mungu tunakushukuru kwa mambo yote uliyotutendea. Mwenyezi Mungu kila aliye na shida muondoshee shida zake. Ya Allah tuondolee maradhi. Ya Allah tujalie afya njema. Uwape busara na hikma viongozi wetu wa nchi, viongozi wetu wa KEPSHA na hata sisi viongozi ambao tuko mashuleni mbalimbali. Mwenyezi Mungu tukuomba yote haya kwa majina yako 99. Ya Allah kila ajaye na shari waijua ya kisiri, zivunde za kidhamira wasiweze kusimama. Amin. Amin. Amin.
Thank you so much, Brother Fuad and Pastor Makimei, for the prayers. Let me recognize the presence of our national chairman, Brother Nzokia. Okay. Now, okay, colleagues, let us all arise for the national anthem. Okay, I think, thank you so much. Okay, thank you.
Yesterday I said in English and I did Kiswahili. I have learned to learn. In English, first stanza. Then East African anthem, first stanza. O God of all creation, bless this our land and nation. Justice be our shield and defender. May we dwell in unity, peace and liberty. Plenty be found within our borders. Mungu twaomba huilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's have a seat. Now let me take this opportunity to usher in our General Secretary, Mr. Philippe, for recap of day one. Karibu.
Hello. Good morning. Good morning, delegates. So, today, this morning, I am so humbled to be with you so that we start today's activity successfully. And before that, I would also like to congratulate all of you because we have started the program of the day very nicely. And yesterday, we also did the same. Now I wanted to inform you that the delegates representing the members of the Kenya Primary Schools Headteachers Association, drawn from 47 counties of different primary schools across the Republic of Kenya, met here as per the KEPSHA Constitution 2003-2020, physically for the conference. So therefore, given the large number of KEPSHA members unprecedented circumstances occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic, it was not also possible to have a physical meeting last year. And when I also informed the members that because of the COVID, we did the first virtual conference the year 2020. So therefore, there were the resolutions that were made by the national chairman. Number one, the national chair ensured that there was 100% transition from primary school to secondary school. He also ensured that there is also 100% membership in the association, and he urged members to spread the word of the fellow head teachers across the country. The national chairman also ensured that KEPSHA has membership in African Confederation of Head Teachers across the Eastern Africa. The national chairman also ensured that KEPSHA is partnering with other stakeholders to ensure the success of KEPSHA in our country. The national chair also continued developing. He also informed the members that the National Executive Council are going on developing the strategies and plans that will assist the association reach its full potential. The following are the key points made by the national chairman yesterday. The Ministry of Education and ICT has ensured that the textbooks in every new grade were delivered before the child transits to a new grade. Number two, the association is working with education officials to address issues of teachers' transfers, teachers' capacity building, funding to schools, and the CAPS experiences when learners transfer as the CBC implemented is ongoing. Number three, the association adopted technology in order to continue serving the KEPSHA purpose despite the COVID-19 pandemic. Number four, the national chairman ensured that KEPSHA, in partnership with UNICEF, held a virtual National Children's Council Congress and was also part of the stakeholders that helped organize the World Teachers' Day. The following were key points were addressed by the Principal Secretary, State Department for Implementation of Curriculum Reforms. Number one, KEPSHA is fully represented in curriculum reforms in our country. The Principal Secretary informed the meeting that the reforms that have been made by the Ministry of Education have pushed the CBC to be at the core of education in our country. The Principal Secretary further informed the head teachers that the head teachers are the leaders that are spearheading the implementation of curriculum reforms in our country. The Principal Secretary also informed the members that the main function of the State Department is for implementation of curriculum is to bring together all the major section and Department of Education so as to work as one curriculum reforms. The Principal Secretary also yesterday touched on the department that has formulated guidelines and work plan to guide its activities in the Ministry of Education. The Principal Secretary also informed the members that the department is also responsible for coordination of implementation of curriculum reforms across the multi-sector, of which KEPSHA is one of them. The following were also points that made by the chief guest, the Cabinet Secretary, Professor George Makoa. Number one, the Cabinet Secretary talk on the names as the number is being engineered and refined, and soon it will be recognized, and this will assist the efficiency of data collection. Number two, the Cabinet Secretary also talk about the CBC. CBC is a transformational in learning of our children. The Cabinet Secretary informed the members that from the year 2018, the government has spent 2.5 million on the implementation of CBC in our country. The Cabinet Secretary also informed the meeting that the Ministry of Education will ensure that all schools receive funds by the beginning of this term. Meanwhile, lobbying for an increase in capitation will still in progress. The Cabinet Secretary also informed the meeting that the government will provide more desks to schools in the year 2022, and schools in slums will be mapped out so that all bright but needy children will be assisted to join or to be in school. After the Cabinet Secretary, the following were also key points enlightened by the Deputy Director of Education on the role of the head teacher implementing the school re-entry guidelines. Number one is the COVID-19 has been a negative impact on girls' access to education, and head teachers are instrumental in implementing the guidelines to enhance and assess. Number two, targeted messages for parents, girls are effective for promoting school re-entry. Number three, the Deputy Director also emphasized on providing supportive learning environment and opportunities to children who re-enter school at early age. The Deputy Director of Education strongly emphasized on partnership, coordination, and parental and engagement led to success in helping children re-entry to our schools. The following were also the key points, which was also addressed by the representative of the National Parents Association yesterday. He acknowledged effort made by the Ministry of Education with regard to crisis management to enhance resilience levels for our learning institution in our own schools as we move. He also acknowledged and appreciated the work of KEPSHA in supporting the association mandate. The National Parents Association chair also ensured that the association is coming up with initiative that would go a long way to supporting the members in positive parental through parental engagement and empowerment, skillful parental and positive parental through working closely with partners in government and NGOs. The National Parents Association chair pointed out the following also, that the proper engagement between the teachers and the parents is is also very important towards the management of crisis in our schools. KEPSHA members to support execute the association mandate since positive parenting as initiative to crisis management is at the core of the association. The following were also key points brought by Betty Ocheng. He talked of nurturing of character and creativity in children, very important since it makes them better persons in future. Immediately after, before we closed the date, we had a panel discussion. And the panel discussion emphasized the following. The panelists spoke about the progress, the challenges, solutions on implementation of CBC curriculum in primary schools. The panel also had a survey done by the delegates in this period revealed that only 80% of them believe that CBC has a positive impact on primary schools. The panel also came out with the following, that the discussion revealed that more education officers are still undergoing training in order to support the CBC implementation. Books have already been distributed for the next academic year, therefore teachers should be motivated. The panel also talked about the Ministry of Education that has provided materials for both primary, secondary school, and this inclusive of the physical disability children in our schools. And we closed the meeting of yesterday after an announcement which was made by the chair Fort Halley at almost 2 p.m. yesterday. Those were what we managed to capture, and I want to wish you the very best as we start this morning together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Bwana Secretary. Delegates, can we appreciate the recap of day one? Can we give a clap to our National Secretary? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let me take this opportunity to usher in representative from Semestea, Madam Gladys. Karibu.
The chairman, Kenya Primary Heads Association, all the KEPSHA officials, Ministry of Education, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. I want to present the contribution Semestea has made to remote learning and education for sustainable development in Kenya. I'm Gladys Masai. I'm a trainer in Semestea. The prolonged disruption of teacher-learner face-to-face interaction due to COVID-19 pandemic caused a shift in teaching and learning to online teaching in many countries. However, that transition to online teaching faced numerous challenges, such as lack of online teaching experience, inability of teachers to communicate effectively with their learners online. There was therefore need to upskill and empower teachers to leverage on technology to support continuity of active learning. Semastea leveraged on technology to support continuity of teacher professional development. I want to say here that Semastea stands for Center for Mathematics, Science and Technology Education in Africa. And our mandate is to provide continuous professional development of teachers of mathematics and science in the country. Because of that situation of COVID-19 and the challenges teachers faced, Semastea conducted a research to establish the extent of that disruption in teaching and learning during the pandemic in 2020. The number of participants who participated were 4,190 teachers. The tools we used were online questionnaires. The findings: teachers took varied times to reach their students during the pandemic. 29% took more than 4 weeks. 35% of respondents never reached their students. Only about 40% of respondents took steps towards supporting students' learning during the pandemic. We also found out that teachers' perception and confidence about remote teaching affects their ability to embrace and support remote learning. And these issues are the ones, if not looked at, they would cause teachers not to transit to online teaching. The first thing is perceived ease of use when we introduce a platform, an online platform to them. If they don't access that platform very fast, then there is a problem. Also, perceived usefulness. How the teachers find that platform very useful in reaching out to their students. And also confidence. The confidence a teacher has to transit to an online platform, teach the learners, and have that interaction with the learners. Another finding was digital divide. There was disparity on access to ICT tools. And examples of those ICT tools include learning management systems, like the Google Classroom, that we wanted teachers to use to reach out to their learners. The cost and average. Also, other devices and internet connectivity were also issues in terms of availability, cost, and coverage. We realized that teachers value face-to-face interactions with their students more than online. And it may be because of the reasons we've stated. I'll take you to Semastea's online intervention to support continuity of 2020 teacher professional development. In 2020, when the pandemic prolonged, as a center we decided to use online learning platforms to reach out to our teachers to build their capacities so that they would be able to reach out to their students. And we used the Google Classroom, where the teachers would come, do their assignments, and upload. To have that face-to-face interaction with our teachers we were using Google Meet and the big blue button to reach out to our teachers. That is a conferencing tool. So in that year, we were able, from 1st June to 28th of August, we conducted secondary inset, whose theme was developing innovative teaching and learning activities for critical thinking and problem-solving skills. We were able to reach out to 11,819 mathematics and science teachers in secondary school. On 12th October to 6th November 2020, we had another training for STEM. We have specific schools we've cited out to be our STEM schools. There are 102 in the country. So we mounted inset for those teachers, and the theme was promoting imagination and creativity among teachers for effective learning in STEM. STEM stands for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. In the CBC pathway, we have a pathway for STEM. And we were able to reach out to 672 teachers from those STEM model schools. Lesson study we conducted from 8th February to 5th March. The theme was enhancing learners' critical thinking and problem-solving skills. We were able to reach out to 3,323 mathematics and science teachers. Those were teachers at high school level. In 2021, we targeted primary school teachers from targeted sub-counties. And we conducted that training in March. The theme of the training was enhancing teachers' capacities to implement competence-based curriculum and competence-based assessment through online platforms. We use a cascade system of training. So we trained 78 primary county trainers who reached out to 1,500 mathematics and science teachers in 13 selected counties. I'll go straight to what we did with those teachers. We invited them in a Google Classroom. So we trained them on how to navigate that platform. They were able to navigate the platform so they would be able to do their assignments and in their work, submit their assignments. It was very important. We also introduced the teachers to Google Meet, how they can start a meeting, call their fellow teachers for a meeting, or call students for a meeting. So they would click the link and enter the meeting. So these teachers we trained know how to use those two functions. The content we took the primary teachers through, we took them through CBC, digital literacy, where we helped them to navigate the learning management system and to use the conferencing tools for meetings. In science, we took them through coding. Coding has been introduced at grade 4. So we introduced teachers to coding in a very friendly way that would help learners connect coding to what they do daily. And in mathematics, the teachers were taken through GeoGebra. You can use GeoGebra to do a lot of work in geometry. A sample activity we gave in coding that I want you to do very fast. When we talk about ABCD, the alphabet has 26 names, 26 letters. And therefore, the letters do not make much meaning when you just say ABCD to Z. We can number those letters. A stands for 1 and Z for 26. And then we tell the learners or the teachers to make simple words. Like if I would ask you to write your own name, you know your name, but use the letters, not the letters, the numbers, to give me your name. Also use the numbers to give me the name of your school. Like cat is 3120. If I tell them, write for me the word device and give me the numbers that represent that. So they'll give me 4522935. And technology the same. Okay? Have you written your own name using numbers? Who can give me their name using numbers? Have you done that? Okay. So I'll ask you, use the letters of the alphabet to write your first name. From the table, use the numbers to write your name. What you have done is an example of an activity called coding. Arranging numbers, letters, shapes, or steps to make a meaning is an example of coding. So, encourage your teachers to teach learners that topic. At times they feel it is something very difficult. Maybe those who are good in ICT can do it. Coding is not difficult. Arranging things to make meaning out of them, that is coding. I'll take you through Semastea's innovative activities. Semastea is an innovation room where learners and teachers engage in activities that provoke their creativity and critical thinking. Many schools normally ask to bring their learners to Semastea, and it would be a good idea to think about it as the head teacher. So some of the activities we take our learners through. You can see those learners are very happy. I hope I'm with my friend. The learners are very happy. They are doing something that triggers their imaginations and thinking. The next picture are learners trying to work out, do a simple experiment on gas laws, because it's normally very difficult for learners to perceive the gas laws. So we have simple activities that help them to see. That is one. These are the activity. The next, we give learners a surface and we tell them to fit in that surface some items. So they have to think critically how they will arrange those things, and they do it in groups. It helps them to start thinking critically and learn how to solve problems. Also, we do education for sustainable development in our center. Next slide. So, education for sustainable development activities and projects I know they are in some of your schools. They help learners to think critically, develop creativity and innovation. And also learners learn how to solve problems in their societies. I know in many of our schools, we have various problems. If we began ESDs, the learners can be able to solve part of the problems that give you headaches as head teachers. And as learners engage in those activities, we end up having a just and peaceful society. Learners learn how to do things that bring quality life for individuals and the community at large. Some of the projects, we have a tree nursery where learners come and learn how they can begin their own tree nurseries in their schools. You can see these groups of learners being demonstrated to concepts on that tree. There are various concepts they can learn. The next one is the Black Soldier Fly project. I don't know if have you heard about Black Soldier Fly projects? Do we have any in your schools? It's a very simple project where learners can keep the black soldier flies. They are used as feeds for poultry and fish if you want to keep poultry in your school as a project. And they feed on waste organic matter. The waste, when learners bring fruits to school, those wastes, you can use it. All you need is a net and a place, a small place to keep them. The black soldier flies have a life of, their life cycle is 45 days. One female can lay up to 500 eggs, and those eggs hatch within 3 to 4 days into larvae. Then the larvae feed on the organic waste for 14 days. After 14 days, you can harvest 90% as feed, and then 10% you keep so that you can continue with the cycle. So it's very simple. All that organic waste, after they have eaten, it produces very good fertilizer that you can use to plant something. So the Black Soldier Fly project demonstrates the use of black soldier flies as feeds for poultry and fish. You can use the production process of the larvae as a teaching learning resource to show the life cycle of an insect. It demonstrates the contribution of the black soldier flies larvae to the achievement of sustainable development goals. Some of the education for sustainable development projects we have in Kenya, in schools, the first picture of those girls is showing girls who have used the waste in their schools to make bricks, charcoal bricks. The second picture is Naivasha girls, and they prepare soap that is used in their school from those ESD projects. So the school does not buy soap. The other one, the learners have engaged themselves in producing maize, so they take some. And in the other picture, we have learners under trees in areas that are very hot. So they plant trees and then use them as shades. As I conclude, I want to say that semester is open for you as teachers. You can request to bring your teachers for teacher professional development, especially school-based lesson study. We've worked with a number of primary schools. Right now we are working with 6 schools in Nairobi and 1 in Machakos, helping their teachers on school-based lesson study. Also, semester is open to school visits. You can ask to bring your learners so that they can be inspired to pursue STEM-related courses. With that, I want to say thank you so much for giving us an opportunity to speak to you so that you can know our contributions to remote learning in Kenya and education for sustainable development. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Madam Gladys from Semastia. Let us give her a clap for appreciation. Drop. Thank you, thank you. Now I take this time to welcome our national chairman, Mr. Nzioka, to take the program to the next level. Mr. Chairman.
Our guests today, all brothers and sisters, delegates this morning, hamjambo. Hamjambo. Hebu tusalimiane ndugu zangu. Hamjambo. Nashukuru leo tumeanza siku vizuri sana. I want to welcome our guests who have managed to reach this time as we continue expecting other guests to be with us. Today, dear delegates, is a real learning day. I want to believe nobody will be bored because today we did put in the program the right persons to come and educate us. The right persons who will give a lot of answers to many questions that we have been asking. So I will kindly request all of us to be patiently seated and we'll learn together. I want to take this opportunity to recognize those of the guests who have already arrived. Notably is Madam Victoria Mwaka, who is the Regional Director, Teacher Service Commission in this region. Welcome, Madam. And thank you very much for hosting us. I also wish to note and recognize Madam Adonina, who is the Deputy Director, Staffing, Teacher Service Commission Headquarters. Madam Adonina, welcome, welcome very much. We appreciate your being with us. I also wish to recognize and appreciate the presence of Madam Jane Kimathi, who is the PA to the CEO, Teacher Service Commission. Madam Kimathi, most welcome. I also wish to recognize and appreciate a gentleman who has been with us since yesterday, seated here patiently throughout the day, and today was one of the first people to be here, the gentleman who has been representing the CEO since yesterday in this forum. This is none other than Dr. Ndamburi. Dr. Ndamburi, thank you very much. Dr. Ndamburi is the Director, Quality Assurance, Teacher Service Commission. I also wish to recognize and appreciate Mr. Orlando Onono, Regional Director, Teacher Service Commission, Eastern Region. Welcome, Mr. Orlando. Ladies and gentlemen, I also want to recognize one very important person who is with us here, and this is none other than the Senior Deputy Director, Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, in charge of Educational Media Directorate, Mr. Kimotho John. Thank you very much, Mr. Kimotho John, for being with us. My brothers and sisters, a very important guests, amidst the guests who are with us, who I want to recognize and usher in to come and talk to us, but I want him to be recognized and ushered in style. Why do I say this? Yesterday, when I was talking to you here, I told you we have undergone a lot of challenges to ensure that this conference is a success. And one of the biggest challenges was partners who had promised to support us withdrawing the last minute in the pretense that their employees have gone for Christmas holidays and therefore they were not able to support us. Others withdrew because we changed the date from October to December. But one man stood with us. When I went to his office and explained that we have had partners who had promised to do this for us, they have withdrawn. We have had these ones who had promised to do this, they have withdrawn. Now I'm seeing myself failing. This gentleman told me, Chairman, don't worry. Don't stress yourself. Tell me how I can come in and assist you. And he came in a big way. I want us to welcome this visitor by this band which is here. This band, take your position. Take your position. Hakuna Matata, wimbo wetu. As delegates, I would like us to have just a 1-minute dance to welcome this guest who I'm going to tell you who he is. Band members out there, please walk faster. We want Jambo Kenya.
Jambo.
Jambo Kenya.
Jambo. All right, as we wait
na mtukaribishe hapa Mombasani. Mombasani hakuna matata. Take your position, guys. We want to stretch a bit as we welcome our guests to talk to us.
All right, as the band sets up, let's see if people remember. Azatuone. Nitaimba part ya lead alafu nione mkijibu kama nakumbuka. Sawa? Kenya nchi yetu kuna matata. Siwasikii bado na mko wengi kutushinda sisi, si ndio? Kenya nchi yetu
hakuna matata.
Haya, band nyamazeni hata tuwasikie hao. Kenya nchi yetu
hakuna matata.
Nchi ya amani
hakuna matata.
Nchi ya upendo
hakuna matata.
Bas, naona wako ready, si ndio? Haya, twende nalo. Jambo, jambo Bwana, habari gani? Mzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Jambo, jambo, twende hapo twende. Jambo Bwana, habari gani? Mzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Kenya nchi nzuri, hakuna matata. Nchi ya upendo, hakuna matata. Nchi ya amani, hakuna matata. Nchi ya umoja, hakuna matata. Jambo, jambo, jambo Bwana, habari gani? Mzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa Mombasa, hakuna matata. Jambo, jambo, jambo Bwana, habari gani?
Shake your body, man. Shake your body a bit. Shake your body a bit.
Wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Haya, tucheze basi kidogo sasa, twende.
KEPSHA hoye! KEPSHA hoye!
Jambo, jambo, jambo Bwana, habari gani? Mzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa Mombasa, Mombasa yetu, hakuna matata. Jambo, jambo, jambo Bwana, habari gani? Mzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa Mombasa yetu, hakuna matata.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, our band. We really appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, this gentleman, a special gentleman to us, head teachers of this country, is none other than Professor Charles Ogondo, the CEO, Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. Let us put our hands together to welcome him. Karibu, Professor. Karibu.
Thank you very, very much, Chairman Ndugu Johnson Zioka, the entire team of KEPSHA management, all the invited guests and delegates. Hamujambo. God is good, and all the time. Now give me that hand you gave your chairman, otherwise I'll accuse you of discrimination. Give me your hand in the air, and as you wave, just tell them CBC. Baana sasa ni watu wa CBC wamechukua ushikani wataka kuongea. Good morning once again. Yes, we will take a short time this morning to talk to us, to share. We here, meaning those of us from the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. My colleague, Madam Jacqueline Onyango, was here. Today I have with me my colleague, Mr. John Kimodo, who has been introduced to you. I will start by making some general remarks, some global picture. Then Mr. Kimodo will zero in to talk about the hybrid classroom. Chairman, let me start by thanking KEPSHA for involving us in this great event, the 17th conference of KEPSHA, a mighty, important, critical cog in the education sector. We are very happy to associate with us. And colleagues, I'm extremely excited about an aspect of your theme, the part that says reimagining the future. Kila mtu aseme reimagining the future. And if your neighbor has not heard, just turn towards your neighbor and tell them the theme is reimagining the future. Yes, because that is the critical point at which we are. We are talking curriculum reforms. we are talking about a new future for Kenya, a future of the competency-based curriculum phasing out quietly the knowledge-based curriculum that we have had. Colleagues, in this kind of conference, against this kind of heat, it is not a moment to give long speeches, so I will talk to you about only one word. So those of you who have notebooks, write only one word: competency. But don't write it the conventional way. Write it so that C is at the top, followed by O, and then go all the way until you have Y. So every letter will be on its own line. When I finish talking about that one word, I will bring my colleague to talk to us. In that one word, colleagues, I'll pack what I had been tasked to talk about, which is appearing on our program on day 2 at 10:10. The topic I had been given is a rich one, which reads, leveraging on the CBC implementation costs while maintaining the gains made in access to education, and how innovation in the use of instructional materials and educational resources can assist in the same. I've decided that I'll pack this in that one word. And the first letter in that word will stand for curriculum. And I'll say just briefly, colleagues, that as you all know, the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development has one main task, as provided for in the Act of 2013, to develop curricula for all levels of education except the university. We develop, but we also approve any curriculum that is supposed to be offered in any school, private or government. I want to quickly bring us on board and remind us that that process of developing that curriculum is done through 3 main ways. One way is research, the other one is stakeholder engagement, and the third one is international benchmarking. KEPSHA community has been with us throughout those 3 critical ways of developing the curricula. As a number of you know, the people who are involved in that research, that stakeholder engagement, and that international benchmarking are actually teachers. They are teachers that you lead. They are teachers who work under your purview. We are happy as KICD that whenever we have called upon you, you have released teachers to us to be involved right from the research process, because this research has to be validated. The data has been collected from people who do that curriculum, who are teachers. You have released your teachers to participate in the conceptualization of the curriculum and even the actual development. And I believe, as we sit here, at least 90% of us are aware of the moments we have called upon you to release your teachers to support us in developing the curricula, and we have done that to the extent that today we are saying we have developed curricula for the entire primary school cycle in the CBC up to grade 6. Let us clap for our teachers. One big clap. Ready? Go. Let us clap for ourselves who have released them. Something is important to emphasize on that curriculum, ladies and gentlemen. You may have heard some people who say that teachers don't understand CBC, that they don't understand certain aspects of the curriculum. The question we ask is, how can people who have been squarely involved in the development process of a project fail to understand it? So these are people who actually do not know that it is the teachers who develop the curricula and the curriculum support materials. And therefore, we cannot come back to accuse ourselves of not knowing that which we have developed. That is a point that as we go back, delegates, we need to let everybody else know that actually it is us who developed that curriculum. It is important to add that KEPSHA is represented by law
in the KICD Council, the topmost decision-making organ that approves the curriculum. And today, none other than your chairman, Mr. Johnson Zioka, is a member of the KICD Council. So if Johnson registers an objection, kindly sit down, Chairman. If Johnson were to register an objection to a curriculum or a curriculum design that is meant to be registered or approved, that curriculum will not see the light of day until we engage in consultation again. So colleagues, we are together in this. Every curriculum that stands out is ours. It belongs to KEPSHA, it belongs to this country, and we must defend it with all the logic that we need. That is letter C. Letter O. That colleagues, let us go out there and re-emphasize to all our stakeholders that we have the ownership of this curriculum. O for ownership. I'll say very quickly that for the first time in this country, we have a curriculum that is homegrown, that is Kenyan, developed by Kenyan for the vision of Kenyan, for the future that we are imagining. And I'll take us very quickly through the memory lane that at independence in 1964, we were not involved as Kenyan in the process of conceptualizing and developing our curriculum. The 746 curriculum, the first curriculum that we got at independence was almost largely copy-pasted from the British curriculum. There is no basic education curriculum framework that underpins that curriculum that you can get hold of. Very quickly, a major shift in our curriculum history is in the year 1985 when we adopted the 844 curriculum. Again, you will recall that this was not a totally homegrown curriculum. We did not have as much time as we have had to conceptualize this. And that's why, as the PS was saying yesterday, we don't have a technical name for it. Instead, we give it the name of the house, 844. So you could call the independence curriculum a workforce curriculum because it was intended to give us people who will work in our offices as the country started getting independence. The 844 curriculum was intended to be a technical curriculum. Somewhere we lost and we made it a totally knowledge examination-based curriculum. For the first time, colleagues, we have a curriculum that we have a name for, a name that you can research for all over the world and find, a curriculum that we own. And I've already demonstrated that at KEPSHA, be proud that this is happening in our century. This is happening when we are alive, that we are giving our children a curriculum that will take us to the future that we are imagining together. Ownership. Ladies and gentlemen, the next letter in that word competency, as you can see I'm moving very quickly, is M. And in M, register materials. At KICD, we call them curriculum support materials. Ladies and gentlemen, again, these, in terms of books, are developed by the Institute, but the people who actually sit behind desks to write books, to approve those books are you. There are a number of you here that I remember seeing somewhere last year when about 600 of us converged to evaluating materials. In the process of evaluating books of that magnitude, 1 or 2 commas may be misplaced. But I want to thank you for the due diligence that we have taken in ensuring that we have materials. And in this country, I'm very proud to be associated by the fact that today, colleagues, by raising our hands, can we confirm that we have a 1-to-1 book ratio in every learning area in our schools? Yes, that is the future that we are imagining. That today, in all learning areas at grade 5, apart from the fact that a few times you have children moving from one school to another, we have come to your schools and you have shown us curriculum support materials that you have safely kept and the learners are using on a 1-to-1. My directors from the Ministry of Education are here, and one thing we have agreed upon, which I want to make clear to these delegates here, is that when the books are distributed under the supervision of KICD, they should come to your school. Wait and receive the books at school. Unless for reasons of the weather or anything, yes, unless for reasons of the weather or anything, for some reason your school is not quite accessible, then you may be asked to take the books from the sub-county director's office. Otherwise, the official policy is that the transporters should bring the books to your school and you will sign a delivery note that you have received them. That is the official position of the government. Pigia serikali makofi. Moja tu, one go, ha. Materials. I want to say something about materials, ladies and gentlemen. That one of the functions of the institute is to approve anything that exists in our school that is intended to support curriculum delivery. So any material that somebody brings to your school that does not have the tag approved by KICD, most likely is there illegally. And so I want to challenge, even as we want to promote our entrepreneurs, some of them have big tents around here, who are bringing materials that sound very juicy to sell to us. Some of them are exam papers. Just ask them, at a corner, does it have the statement approved by KICD? And again, I've already told you that approval involves us. Why is that necessary? Because you have read in the papers and elsewhere in the media a number of times when we are accused of putting material out there that may not be accurate in terms of fact, that may not be consistent with the values that we are preaching to our learners, material that may not even be consistent with the curriculum design. I want to assure you, some of it has not gone through our hands. So be the ambassadors out there and watch out for people who are there to sell to us. And even when they say it's approved by KICD, feel free to check. And your chairman is represented by us. By a phone call, we shall be able to confirm. That's what John does here. A few weeks ago, I even found people who were purporting to be selling curriculum designs, syllabuses. They have photocopied them. They have bad print. Some of the pages are upside down. Chase them away. Tell them that the only institution that this country for now has authorized to be able to supply curriculum support materials is the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, and we can get them free. And on that note, I want to say, ladies and gentlemen, if for some reason you have not got your supplies of materials at the right time, don't sit there and wait. I've just been talking to a colleague whose school was affected by floods. All the books and curriculum designs were swept away in March. Now we are talking about December, and poor principal, poor head teacher has no books. Find a way of telling us immediately through your sub-county director, through your county director, through the Ministry of Education. And you can always copy us directly. We have a gentleman here called John Kimodo who will take it running, and we have a way of mobilizing the publishers to ensure that you have books. That was about M. I come to P. Guess what I'm going to talk about in P? Can you tell your friend P now means this, and we see how accurate you are? Guess? Very good. I can see a few of you have got it well. Potential. Ladies and gentlemen, let us reiterate it out there that in the consistency with the theme of reimagining the future, we are very proud today that at grade 5, we have seen the potentials anticipated in this curriculum beginning to emerge. The vice chairman who has been sitting next to me has just told me that in his school, I didn't ask him to tell me, now children have produced seedlings that they are able even to sell to their parents. We have seen you people successfully manage cultural days in our school so that our children can identify with our cultures. We have seen our children take leadership and go out to even participate in community development, cleaning, reminding adults that our environment is not good because we have refused to clean it. We are beginning to see our children exercise values, exercise respect, exercise honesty. We are beginning to see our children's talents emerge, courtesy of your leadership. And this is where we want to go. Because the concept of competency-based curriculum, ladies and gentlemen, is we want a graduate of our school system that has something they can demonstrate. Not just talking that, you know, I went to school and I did a degree in development concepts and imaginations. And then you tell them now, hiyo ndio kusema nini ndugu yangu. What do you do with that knowledge? We want people who can demonstrate that they can do, because that is the vision 2030 that this country anticipates. That is the future that we are imagining. That is the only way we can be industrialized. You know, I told you about international benchmarking, empowerment. All over the world now, I can challenge us to Google. I can challenge us to find out in whichever way we want. The whole world has gone competency-based education. And if you Google the 21st century knowledge, skills, and attitudes for this world, you will find those 7 competencies, beginning with the 3 E's: communication and collaboration, creativity, citizenship, digital literacy, learning to learn, self-efficacy. So let us not be cheated. Let us tell our stakeholders out there who are the parents in this country that the whole world has moved on. Tell me a single country that is still concentrating in simply giving knowledge, simply testing children, and you won't find one. We have gone the whole, and again we can check, these are facts that are published, that up to now we are just one of those very, very few countries that are keeping children in school for 8 years, primary school. Because primary school should do 3 things: give our children literacy, numeracy, and life skills. By age 12, research all over the world has shown, by age 12, that child has integrated, has grained those 3 pillars, and they don't move, they don't need to stick there. So we are just being in tandem in the world, consistent chairman, with your very apt theme of reimagining the future. So go ye, colleagues, and continue nurturing those potentials. When you retire and sit under your mango tree or any other tree, you will be able to look back and say, we were part of reimagining the future to give our children potential. Which brings me to the next letter, the letter E, empowerment. Colleagues, we have a curriculum that has empowered us. And I will start with us as teachers, because in the other place, I put food on the table by teaching teachers. And all of us here have been to college. And when we were in college, we were told that the primary job of a teacher is to facilitate learning. That a teacher, a good one, is a guide by the side, not a sage on the stage. And this is where you have gone back to. That today I'm happy that I come to your school and I see a teacher working, providing guidance as learners take charge of their learning. The learners in our classes are now doing. My year is not here. A few of their parents have complained. They say that we are asking them to do homework for the children, which is not. Now think about it. You have been with this child the whole week, just one weekend, and you have told the parent just to be around. Just to be around as the child is drawing and they are accusing you. You have simply told the parent, sit there with the child and help them construct their family tree. Who is their father? Who are their uncles? Who are their aunties? Who are their grandfather? Simply help the child to construct a family tree, and the child parent is complaining. Imagine it is us who have managed to create this empowerment, because we are also empowered. We are now helping parents to be empowered. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2016, when we did the needs analysis for curriculum reform research, one of the things that was outstanding, and Dr. Mburi is here. We were all engaged in this and other officers here. Parents said, we want to be part of our children's learning. Now we are making them part in just a small way. And as the PS was saying yesterday, the headlines are reading, disaster as schools close for 1 week. Disaster for who? For parents. So go ye and be proud. You know, when you come to my house, among the only portraits I have on my wall is that as for me and my house, we shall be teachers. And thank God I've managed to convince 2 of my children to be teachers. And just for clarity, I am not going to work so hard for this curriculum and I don't get a CBC child. So I'm still very determined to make sure that I have children who will benefit directly. I hope I can convince them to be teachers so that they can experience this empowerment. That is how powerful that it is. Now, colleagues, after E, competency. Remember, we are on the word competency. What's the next letter? T. Yes. Another very powerful thing that is taking place in our lifetime, colleagues, is that we are able to demystify testing. Very soon, as children get to grade 6, and you have already seen it, we will not be having policemen carrying guns around our schools. We will not be having, okay, prayers are good, eh? Prayers are good, and we should be praying for children when they are going to do exams. But some prayers are threatening. God, you can see your children are going to face the jungle. Mtihani sasa imekuwa jungle, eh? God, it is a make or break for their lives. We are having prayers that scare the children. And even when we start to sing during that prayer, we are singing songs that don't give children hope. Songs like Chaku tumaini sina ila. We are taking our children to exams, but we are telling them hakuna cha. Finally, we are telling the children that, look, go ye and do this exam, because after all, as Dr. Nyegere will say a few minutes later, the 40% summative assessment is just intended to check that which we have seen you do. And it is not meant to lock anybody out from anything. Because at the end of the day, in CBC, we are saying every learner will pass. Because every learner has a potential to demonstrate. Yes, a number of them will be exceeding expectations. Very good. Some of them will meet those expectations. Some of them will approach. But ladies and gentlemen, that is what life is. If you go back into our history, and my brief bio is on this program, you will see that in human life, only about 0.5% are outstanding, are clever. The rest of us just have 2 things, ambition and hard work. That's why you can see the one speaking to you now also started from diploma in Seriba Teachers College in 1990. But my head teacher then, my principal at Seriba Teachers College, one John Bailon Paul Omondi Ogogowuda Lego, said, as you graduate today, go ye and teach. And if for any reason you feel that you have not been called into this noble profession, then early enough in your career, look for something else. And today, colleagues, we are still powerful, proud nurturers of talent. So testing has been demystified, that we can download exams, administer it, and give results that are credible, that are a true reflection of who we are. As the CS was saying yesterday, where the A is A and the C is C. Be proud of what you got. I mean, when I did Form 4 many years ago, maybe I should start from KCPE. Out of, I think, 36 points, I got to my 27. I was very happy about them. In Form 4, I got my 8, pass 8 in mathematics. I'm very happy because I knew that is what I deserved. But in something which I was good at in English, which I still speak today, I got my distinction. So we want an exam that is diagnostic, assessment that will just tell children, this is who we are. And we here have demonstrated this country that the competency-based curriculum testing has been demystified. I am done with T, competency. The next one is E, and that's about ethics. I will not belabor it, because yesterday I heard you remind your treasurer, who was giving a vote of thanks, when he was identifying some of the key issues that we have now seen, that this curriculum, ladies and gentlemen, has values as one of its pillars. Ethics. At KSCD, we say our aim is to produce an ethical and an empowered citizen. Go ye out there, and if for any reason you forget the reasons for which we are reforming the curriculum, just remember this one: that we want a school system that will produce people who are ethical. A person that will give you your phone, which you have left on that chair when you have stepped out, and say yes. As simple as that. A person who will administer an exam and say, this is genuinely what I expect. Our children are beginning to demonstrate that. And colleagues, that is powerful. That is E, competency. Now I'm remaining with the what? Y, right? No, competence. N, very good. Now, colleagues, this is extremely critical. Competency. The word nurturing should always feature. Nurturing. In fact, in the notebooks and our cards that I believe you've got, you found nurturing every learner's potential. Now, colleagues, let me say, because we are head teachers here, that nurturing should start with the staff that we preside over, our teachers. As a teacher educator, I think one thing I implore us is to go back and remind our colleagues that our job now is that of a nurturer, a producer of people's potentials. Nurturing means you don't have to shout to make a point. You can softly influence people to take this country to where they want. Nurturing means that we ourselves appreciate that we have not finished our journey of being nurtured, hence that competency of learning to learn. And that brings me quickly to competency. The last one is, just before I come to the last one, the C. Yes, colleagues, one word that will capture all that we are doing, every step we are involved in our schools. Can we remember the word creativity? Powerful. And that creativity, I want to link it to curriculum support materials. Because my topic read leveraging on the costs. One of the things that has been propagated is that CBC is expensive. The people in public schools, we adore you, we praise you, because you have demonstrated that regardless of your school and the resources it has, we can use local materials to be able to propagate learning, to be able to encourage learning. Not all schools will look like this one where we are. You go to my school in Kawia Primary School in my village where I come from, we will use clay if plasticine cannot be obtained. We'll use old paper to be able to do language, to be able to do mathematics, to be able to do environmental activities. The idea is that every resource you get hold of, I mean this band and whatever they have here, you can use these to teach all learning areas. These materials, these bottles that we have here, as trained teachers, we were taught in utilization of resources. We can use them. So colleagues, that is one thing that we must go out there and be able to encourage our people to do. Just look around you. Think about that school where you preside over. Look at the environment, and you will recall very quickly that there's so much around you that if we exercise creativity, we'll be able to take this curriculum forward, regardless of the challenges in resources. People talk about resource intensive. Which curriculum all over the world will not require resources? And that is a plea that I make as I finish with the letter Y. And just remind us that what we are presiding over today will be remembered in this country and globally for years and years to come. Think about it. that we have now done 35 years of the 844. If we can ensure that each one of us does our bit to have this curriculum succeed, then for many years we shall have contributed to the transformation of this country. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you well. As the new year beckons, I hope it will be a happy one for all of us. KICD is your institute. We are here to serve you. And if for some reason you have communication that you think should reach us directly, there is info@kicd.ac.ke. info@kicd.ac.ke. I can assure you, because I preside over this institution, we read our mails and we respond to them. Some of you who have written to us individually, we have responded to you and we have met you. I now usher in Mr. John Kitiabi Kimodo to take us through the next session. Asanteni sana.
Wow, that was a nice one, eh? Let's give a nice clap then, so that I can feel comfortable to also pick up and continue from there. Thank you. I work at the Kenya Institute for Curriculum Development, and I am here to appreciate your national chairman and the entire KEPSHA leadership, the TSC leadership, and the Ministry of Education, and most importantly, you Headteachers. How are you? Sawa sawa. Now, my name is John Kimodo. I head the Educational Media Directorate, and I'm the one who was given the task to discuss about the hybrid classroom. As I thought about it, the theme of reimagining education came to me, and I remembered that on the side, I am a thought partner with an organization called Imaginable Futures. It's not so easy to imagine a future, but that's what you do every day, reimagining that education of the learners. In today's presentation, as you have heard, my CEO is here, the council member is here, and it's important to remind ourselves that KICD is responsible for curriculum and curriculum support materials, and we do that based on research. But the topic of the day today is the hybrid classroom. When I got that one, I wondered, and what came to my mind is hybrid. And the first hybrid that I knew when I was young was hybrid maize. Si munajua hiyo? But I also remembered about across the bridge by Gishero that also produced at the hybrids. But today, I looked at a classroom, and I just want us to be keen because I'm a person who talks through pictures so that I can minimize the ones that I'm going to talk, but be able to communicate present and future. I thought about this classroom where you have the blackboard, you have the teacher, and it's a modern classroom, so they are learners with the devices. Do you see that one? Took that picture in Turkana. So it is in Kenya. And I thought about this classroom, but I also remembered that we have this other classroom that has DLP devices as well as books. And that is a classroom in Kenya. But this classroom does not exist alone. It also has teachers in it. And I was still trying to think about this hybrid classroom as put in the topic. And it came to me as I thought about something that was brought to us by Ali Mazrui called the triple heritage. Those who like history, you may have read and studied about him. But now my triple here came with content of education. We have a teacher in the classroom, because that's what we do every day. And as you heard from my CEO, most of us are teachers. Indeed, in KICD, we have said everybody should have a CBC child. I have 3. One in PP1, another one in PP2, another one in grade 5. They're all my grandchildren. But I live so close to them that I feel and I want to understand how CBC is. That is how each and every curriculum developer we have agreed to live. that we need to walk along with that CBC. Here you are in the today's classroom. CBC comes in with 7 core competencies. Textbooks are there. Usually they were sharing, now it is one-to-one. Digital content has come in. CBA, competency-based assessment. And then we are talking more of assessment rather than examination, rather than tests. And this is the same teacher who is faced in a classroom where you are told there's DLP. Now I'm on the other heritage, which is infrastructure. The classroom, how do I position it? How do I place CBC corner? How do I put the DLP devices? They also come with other devices. How do I deal with it? And the third heritage here is the teacher and the learner. Imagine I went through the knowledge-based curriculum. You did the same. Now, here you are, you were trained as a teacher to teach knowledge-based curriculum. And today we have said, now we convert and become CBC. What a classroom that we need to manage and manage it well. We as teachers, we are digital migrants. Hizi vitu zimekunja tu zimetupata. But then we are having young ones who, when they were born, the first thing that happened, a picture was taken and shared with the other parent. And then when they started crying, they were given the phone. These are the learners. We are still in this classroom where we are saying we are having a hybrid classroom. In terms of content of curriculum, content of materials, in terms of the infrastructure is also hybrid, in terms of the teacher is hybrid, and the learner is hybrid. That is our current classroom. Beautiful opportunities we are going to see in a few minutes. Today, and we said here, we are having a ratio of 1-to-1 from primary to secondary. And indeed, the CEO of KSE dedicated, and this falls on my desk, if your school doesn't have, please do a letter, let it come, and let's take care of it. You can even start by registering at our stand that I am having this and this. But we are going to see in a few moments how, and in future, how we are handling that going forward. The other part is that it is bringing resilience in education. Just in case of disruptors like the one we got, learners are able to continue learning. It is promoting lifelong learning. And therefore, we need to nurture it all together because it is positive. Figures do not lie. And yesterday, from our #1 in the ministry, you got some figures. But here they are now, from the grassroots. These are the kind of textbooks that we have taken to schools as a ministry. KICD only leads, but the ministry provides the resources, provides the data, and then we are able to oversee quality and oversee the delivery. In grade 1, you can see over 1 million books, grade 2 the same, and grade 3 the same. You will recall that these came together and came a bit late. And we are going to see how we are overcoming that going forward. You can also see in terms of grade 4 and grade 5, the provisions have increased notably in grade 5. And this is because in grade 5, you had that migration of learners from private to public. Ama si kweli? That's what we are told, so provided more books going forward. So statistics are showing that there are books. In this hybrid classroom and hybrid style of working, whenever we are to supply or provide curriculum support materials in form of books, we start by calling for the book and ensuring that improvements in the book are done. There will be no hesitation of having a second or a third or a fourth edition if it is to improve the book. And therefore, we must work together from that classroom to curriculum to everywhere and ensure that the quality is there. We confirm everything in terms of printing, the paper quality, and all that. Let's remember this. In case you have books that have pages that are missing or blank, I am promising you that within 72 hours, it will be done good off. That is how serious we are in terms of delivery of this curriculum, and we want that hybrid classroom to be perfect. So help us to ensure that if there are any challenges in that end, they are done. You have always assisted us when we come for inspection and monitoring of the utilization of those books. The covering, there has been improvement from 2018 to date. Now the books are well covered, they last longer, and that is important. That assistance has helped us to understand that you have some gaps that I'm going to just enumerate how they are going to be fulfilled. It was confirmed today that wait for the books in school. The whole process starts with our procurement, our finance. If they don't see your signature on the delivery note and your telephone number, that delivery note will not be honored. So we need to assist each other, help us by waiting for the books in school. If there's any challenge, feel free to write to KICD, call KICD, even ask the chairman to provide my number. Call me directly. Within 48 hours, you'll get a response so that we can be able to go. And we are many of us. When I say call me, I'm saying you'll be calling like 20 of us. So we'll be able to respond to you. Irrespective of how the weather is, wait for the books in school. It will help all of us. When the finance do that verification, everything then is forwarded onto my desk and then to the CEO. We will not give a single shilling if that delivery note is not signed by you. So if we wait for the books, we'll be able to help each other. We even move to the schools to confirm that the books are there, and we work with you, and you usually help us. Bear with us. Anytime we find the books are in cartons, our officers have clear instructions. Let the books be dispatched to the children while you are there. So sikifika peana, wacha siraruke, wacha sifanye nini, we'll deal with it when they have been utilized. Timeliness. When we started with grade 1, 2, and 3, actually standard 7 and 8, we were doing it a bit later. But you can see the improvement up to the point whereby when term 1, 2021 was starting in July 26th, the books started coming in June. Ni kweli? They started coming in June. First week of January, grade 6 books will start coming. Help us to ensure that we sustain this timeliness. There's a lot of collaboration networking between the Ministry of Education and the National Treasury. Thank you, DG, for that. And the printing industry has also grown. We are now able to do all the printing in Kenya. Balancing to ensure that those who have a bit of surplus are able to give those who don't have. One, was it in, this was in July. I was in Garissa, and I found some school doing balancing. A school with more books assisting a school with less books. And that balancing was helping. So we continue doing that balancing, and we are about to embark on real-time tracking of those books. The book will come with a unique number. The first thing will happen is that when you receive the books in a box, you'll see a number on the box. When you bring your phone near that, the phone has something we call near-field communication. When you bring your phone near that number, Kenya Education Crowd will register all the books in that box uniquely. If there are 56 mathematics books, there will be 56 unique books registered under your school on Kenya Education Crowd. I'm saying that with certainty. I saw the forming of Kenya Education Crowd from an idea to what it is now. So once we do that and you bring the phone near, you don't have to even open the box. We will know the books inside the box. And we'll be able to move on from there and track the books. In case at one time, 1 year later, we want to see the books, and a book has moved 5 kilometers away, then we'll be able to see. That will help you and will help us. Benefits, there's ownership of those materials, has ended in terms of employment, as well as security. Friends, we continue with equalization as next steps. We increase in terms of buffer stocks so that we fulfill where there isn't. and we start receiving grade 6 books and grade 6 curriculum designs in January. By end of February, confirm that you have all those books with you. Bringing this hybrid classroom to life on the other side of digital. Yes, digital literacy is here with us, and let's embrace it. I'll tell you the opportunities and the challenges you have and how they will be overcome, because the best technology is that which you have. Yes, we started many years ago ourselves with radio broadcasting. How many of us were there with Mwalimu James Onyango Joel? Do you listen to Mwalimu James Onyango Joel? So those days we started with the radio, and we moved on, and you can see like this picture, I took it in Madangauta Primary. I'm actually number 4 there. I was in that school in 1960s and 70s. And radio went on, and we started even using film for education. You remember? Watoto Ketini Chini and the rest. But today, we are saying we are proudly having radio broadcasting across the country. Our monitoring has indicated among the teachers and the learners, 43% are able to be attentive and listening to that. 69% of teachers and learners are on EduTV. What a wonderful thing. And therefore, those are opportunities that we don't want to be left behind. Actually, indeed, we have a recognition as the best television channel in the country, as well as the best technology outfit that is there. The EduTV, the Kenya Education Crown, and digital radio. Colleagues, to summarize about this hybrid classroom, in Kenya we have over 1 million devices in schools, in your schools. We know they are not enough, but they are there. And if we utilize them together with the teacher digital devices, we'll be doing well. We even have ones for special needs, and we have a projector that we can utilize. We are begging and saying, let's move these devices out. Let's do like these ones who were in Kericho, and we are using them in the tea farms. They were celebrating and using them. A teacher came yesterday with some devices that have broken down. We have already taken them in so that we can repair and make replacements. Let's use them. These are opportunities that we are going to share. Going forward, our whole secret lies on Kenya Education Crowd. I will tell you how you can listen to any radio lesson, any TV lesson on your own at any time using any device, including that mobile phone. And that is the Kenya Education Crowd you need to benefit out of. Again, going forward in our recent studies, we were able to note that there's a lot of consumption of Kenya Education Crowd and digital in your schools, but you have a few challenges of connectivity and the rest. We were able to check on the following areas: remote learning in basic education, your use of community radios, and remote learning in even difficult places, and child online protection. What are we doing about it? In remote learning, we are increasing the coverage by even giving the community radios radio lessons to broadcast. We are doing materials for child online protection. Just help the learner so that they don't get astray. In Kenya Education Crowd, they'll get everything they need. We noted that the use of all these devices, from the small phone, which is called the button phone, ama mulikamwizi, to radio, TV, mobile phones, and really, if the learners can use mobile phones at home, we can also integrate them in the DLP so that they also become useful. We learned that majority of the learners and teachers are able to use remote learning. However, there is a scarcity of resources. We learned that there is also a challenge to do with power, but we also found out that the child online protection is an issue to deal with, and therefore we are producing materials that will help us. In terms of resources, comparing primary and secondary, we actually noted that in terms of radio resources, they are the same, but in terms of television, secondary has more, laptops, primary has more, etc. But we are saying these are opportunities we need to capitalize on. A few other things about findings in your remote learning area so that we can know how to move forward. Okay. I'm told time is over, so I will just summarize, go straight to the opportunities that we have going forward so that we can at least share that area of opportunities. Good. Now, one of the things that we want to highlight is that if there are all those materials on Kenya Education Crowd, how do you get to them? Challenge number one is that you need to get connected to Kenya Education Crowd. This man has really confused me. Teachers are very important, and therefore, in order to enable teachers, on Kenya Education Crowd, we have put programs that can help you understand the future of CBC integration and also using ICT. But other important thing is that in order for us to move forward, we need to make a lot of balance between use of technology and use of the teacher-learner interaction. Going forward also, we have a lot of interaction with the Communications Authority to get you connected. But now, even if time is gone, I would like you to look at the screen and note that URL address, lms.kec.ac.ke. When you enter that on your phone on Google, it brings you to all the resources that you'd wish to get. When you enter that one, elemica.kec.ac.ke, as a teacher, it helps you to get free online tutorials that would help you. Many who have gone through this have really had a lot of benefit. But although time is gone again, come January, we are renegotiating with Safaricom, and you can get free internet bundles daily. Those free internet bundles, once you get them, you can be able to download content, put it in the DLP devices, and continue with the education of your learners. Futures. The future of the hybrid classroom is in data. And how do we get that data? We are talking about an interaction of continuous assessment. We are moving in a direction that books will now have real augmented virtual reality. Indeed, yesterday I was doing the stands, and I found a book with some group there, some publisher, which is having artificial intelligence. Books are going to move like this, and you teachers have gone, you have seen it. If you see that picture, the picture on the right has an icon on top there. You will move there with your phone or your tablet, and you can be able to move that diagram 3D. You can be able to recreate that toy. You can be able to create it again and destroy it again. These are the virtual realities. Watch this space. In about 5 years' time, the course books will be like this. And therefore, it is important I just highlight that content will be coming when it has data points that will allow us to be able to look at the learning of learners, and you are able to see how the learner is learning and assist accordingly. Connectivity is important, and therefore just mark this point, that there is connectivity coming, and the optical fiber will come to you through the power line. So if you have power in your school, the optical fiber will come through that power line within the next 3 years and will come down to your school. The hybrid classroom will become a real-time classroom where data points are received and we can be able to assess. So where are we in terms of basic education in use of these resources? Just follow the spot and ensure that when connectivity starts, your school is connected. If you have a power line near there, it will be connected. The internet will almost be for free because they'll be making money from the villages nearby as you get your internet connectivity. We as curriculum developers will be able to see how the implementation of curriculum is going on and even cause interventions. We are able to see how the learning is going on here in Mombasa and see home science is not doing very well. We need to take a learners or a teacher's workshop there. So join the big shift as Africa moves forward. Let's take these opportunities of learner-centered learning, where they have ratio of 1-to-1 in books, where they have digital content. Let's take this opportunity of internet connectivity as it comes to our schools so that then we can be able to move forward. Within the next 5 years, this is the last slide, please note that there will be a lot of sustainability being built within ourselves. Blended learning strategy will come to life. We'll have a lot of it. And therefore, let us not shy off from that hybrid classroom. Let us offer regional leadership because the other countries are slightly behind us. In future, the area of jobs, they will come looking for teachers. Jobs will come looking for teacher managers. Today, there are some teachers among you, I have noted from the registers, who we pass on content to do curation. Jobs come looking for you. And the same way money come looking for you. So the future of the blended classroom is to drive us to that imaginable future where we will all enjoy a blended learning of both textbooks and the other materials. A blended situation where the teacher is in control of that learning. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Fuadari, please for
Asante sana, KSD, the hybrid classroom. Mmesikia hiyo jamani? Tumeisikia? Hebu ishara kuona tumesikia. Thank you very much. Professor, tumekubali maneno yako. Asante sana. So Professor, tumekubali. Competency. Sitaki kurudia. Unajua, as classroom teachers, when we're winding our lesson, we want to see whether the lesson, the objectives are achieved vizuri kabisa. I don't want to go back and ask you the meaning of the word competency. You know it. Sindio? Professor, tunakuomba uje hapa karibu. A real teacher. Tafadhali Professor, tunataka kukuona kidogo. Tunasema msemo wetu wa Kiswahili, chanda chema ufanywaje? Asante sana. Songa hapa mbele Professor na bwana John. Ndugu John, kuna zawadi kidogo tunataka kuwatunuku. So, hii ni Professor, sio? This is for the Professor. Okay, Professor, asanteni. Makofi kwa Professor. Asante sana. Professor, tunasema asante sana. KEPSHA on behalf of all these head teachers. Ndugu John. Hey bwana, you're a tough guy. Hey. Nimeona kazi imefanya. That is why you have the CBC children at home. Asante sana. Bro, thank you Professor. Tumeshukuru sana. Tuweke makofi kwa pamoja jamani. Moja ile ya nguvu kabisa. Vuta hewa kwanza. Vuta kabisa. Bandika. Thank you very much KSD team. Asante sana Professor and Brother John.
Thank you, our National Vice Chair. From now going on, I'll be a bit economical with the time because we are behind schedule. I would wish to usher in the two publishers in the house, Oxford, then followed by Signal publishers for 5 minutes each, please. Oxford.
Thank you so much. The MOE officials present, TSC officials present, and the KEPSHA officials present, KICD officials present, the head teachers. My name is Vincent Okumu. I work with Oxford University Press. And first and foremost, let me take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this event, to thank the KEPSHA officials for organizing such event. And like you heard the chairman alluded, it was a tough one. I think this event was canceled twice. And I think the fact that we have this event is a measure of the resilience of the teacher. I know of an event like this, which was organized by senior officials in this country. I think the COG event was canceled, but as teachers, as head teachers, we are having our event today, and we want to say kudos to the KEPSHA team. We also want to say thank you to KEPSHA for allowing us an opportunity to partner with you, even as Oxford University Press. Thank you for allowing us that extension of love. And while we were doing the programs that you are holding in your hands today, our attention, like the KICD CEO has said, was drawn to the theme of this conference. In particular, the part that says, leading in a crisis. And as we go around head teachers, we interact with our teachers a lot. And one of the crises that our teachers grapple with is how to engage our learners and parents outside the classroom. And so, as Oxford University Press, one of the things that we have done is to come up with carefully crafted workbooks. If you look at your programs that you're having, we have workbooks that are going now to address the challenges of parental engagement, the challenges of how to engage learners outside the classroom. Those of us who were here yesterday, we heard Tusome, and they were saying that CBC has largely drawn from Tusome. And in Tusome, we were taught the concept of I do, we do, and then I do, we do, and then the you do part has been hanging. That is what our workbooks has come to address. The other challenge, our dear head teachers, has been limitation of funds. I know where you are, you really want to buy reference materials. But because of limitation of funds, maybe your hands are tied. In this year's conference, we are offering a special discount, just as a part of our sponsorship towards this program. Visit our tent. We are going to allow you to place an order. We are going to give you 30% discount. We are going to allow you time so that you go back to your schools, allow you time to organize for payments, and we will deliver those books in your doorsteps. Visit our stands at Oxford University Press. Lastly, as I wind up, the head teachers that have visited our stand, we had a raffle and we want to award them. Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Just picking, and we announce, we call the winners and they will come and pick the awards in our tent. So I want to invite you just to pick. Just pick at random. Then we'll call the winners. And please, the winners, come for a gift voucher from Oxford University Press in our tent. Pick 7. We want to award seven winners. Ruth Njoki Murigi from Tharaka Primary School. Kindly visit our tent for your gift voucher. Simon Washira, visit our tent. These are 3. Edward Oruko from Victoria Primary School, visit our tent. James Odhiambo from Jabagre Primary School in Homa Bay, visit our tent. 3 more to go. Amos Owino Ogada from Amilo Primary School, Kisumu, visit our tent. Mr. Njeru from BD Academy, Embu, visit our tent. 1 more to go, the last one. Flora Kingori from St. Alphonsus Chogoria, kindly visit our tent for your award. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Oxford. Signal, publishers, please, 2 minutes.
Our chairman of KEPSHA officials, Minister of Education officials, TSC, unions, KICD CEO present. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm Ayoro Joseph, representing Signal Publishers. At Signal Publishers, we prepare books, and our books are taken to KICD from time to time, and we shall always continue to take them there because that's the only avenue through which we can safely reach your market. At the same time, we wish to remind you that we have the revision books series that is in all subjects, and we follow the syllabus. All these books carry material that is intended for the 844 grades, 844 from class 4 to 8, and then the CBC materials. Also, we have the encyclopedia, and we also have the other single learning area books, which we have at our tent. For any of us whose school is under SIP program, we do welcome you. Please come and see what we have on offer. And do not forget, kindly, we do have very explicit exams, not just anything, but very explicit exams, which are good for revision, both for the candidates and the other classes throughout the year. Remember, we are the people who produced this exam called the Signal Prediction, which has earned accolades across the country. Have a blessed year ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Signal Fabricius. Now, as I usher in the ICT team, I would like to take this opportunity to recognize the following guests who are in the house. One, Philip Chilchil, CDE, Bungoma. Thank you, most welcome. Peter Magiri, CDE, Mombasa. Is it Magiri? Yeah. Magiri? Thank you, welcome. Zachary Mutwiri, CDE, Nandi. Karibu sana. Darius Mokaya Oselo, CSO, Ibone Zone. Hata CSO wako hapa. Good. Karibu. Where are you? Very well. Then we have Martin Kungania, Minister of Education Headquarters. Welcome. Omenga Dixon from Sigoe. Welcome. Then we have Lillian Mwangi, TSC Regional Director Western. Welcome, Madam. She was my CD in Kiambu some times back. LDE Coast. Welcome, our host. Jacinta Akasa, Director Semastia. Welcome once again. With a lot of humility, Dr. Elias Abdi, Director General, Minister of Education, seated next to the chair. Then we have Jenny Jage, TSC Regional Director, Nairobi. Welcome. Margaret Lensuda, Regional Director, Minister of Education, Nairobi. We shall continue recognizing those who are coming in now. Now I usher in the ICT led by Thomas Odhiambo. Please.
Thank you very much, Bwana MC. Ladies and gentlemen, mine will be very brief. I'm standing here today, this morning, on behalf of the acting CEO of ICT Authority, Dr. Kiprono Rono, who was not able to be with us here today, but we are here to represent. My name is Thomas Odhiambo. I'm the acting director, Programs and Standards, ICT Authority. The national chairman, KEPSHA, the vice chair, the officials of KEPSHA, officials, Ministry of Education, Teacher Service Commission, KICD, other government officials in this conference here today, ladies and gentlemen, and my fellow teachers, good morning once again. I'm saying my fellow teachers because I taught for a very short time, I think 1 year. Those days it was being called UT. And I must say, it was an experience. And it gave me better respect for my teachers. I had respect for my teachers, but after that experience, I now appreciate my teachers more. The ICT Authority has a vision to transform lives using ICT. That is what they do, and that is what they aspire. And as part of this, the ICT Authority has rolled out a couple of programs. I'll only talk about two. The first is the fiber optic backbone infrastructure. It's called NOFB. And this is 9,000 kilometers of fiber that has reached all the sub-counties in the country. When internet comes to a country, usually through the submarine cables, it has to be distributed. And this was done by the government of Kenya through the NOFB project, which has dug 9,000 kilometers of fiber to all the sub-counties. Now, this fiber is used not only by government, but also by the private sector, who are using part of it to offer you the services you enjoy, including mobile connectivity. The second project I'll talk about, which is closer to us, is the Digital Literacy Program, DLP, also known as a laptop project. So for DLP, we have now issued 1.2 million devices in 22,890 schools throughout the country. By a show of hands, which school has not benefited from DLP to date? Thank you very much. That means for all who are here, they have benefited from the digital literacy program in one way or the other. I'm here to talk about the lessons we've picked from the DLP. DLP, for your information, was the largest undertaking by a government to deliver digital devices in the world. We still hold the record to date. And delegations keep coming to Kenya. How did you do it? How does it look? Most African countries have come to Kenya to learn. Countries in other jurisdictions, Europe, South America, they have come to learn. What did you do? And it's a very long story. But just to say that the creativity you find in this country is just enormous. There are schools in this country, grade 1, that are now doing small tests using devices in grade 1. Grade 1 in this country, grade 1. Nobody would have imagined this would be possible. So as we move to the hybrid classroom, as we move to blended learning, the lessons we've picked will be key for us as a nation as we move forward. Number one of the lessons was stakeholder engagement, stakeholder involvement. When we sit in ICT Authority, we thought for us it's buying a laptop or a tablet and taking it to school. Wrong. Before you take a device to school, you need electrical power. That's Kenya Power, Ministry of Energy. Before you take a device to school, you need a teacher there. That's TSC. Before you even take a device there, you need a school there. That's Ministry of Education. You need a road, KENHA. You need content in those devices, KICD. You need special education materials, KISE. You need involvement of teachers, KEPSHA, KNUT. And when devices arrive in a school, they have to be prayed for. You need even a preacher. You need parents. You need everybody. That's when we realize that for this journey, education is dear to everybody. When devices were landing in a school, you would get a call from the member of parliament telling you that they have to be there when devices are being unpacked. So you wonder where was the member of parliament all along, but you soon realize that education is for all of us all. Very key lesson that we need all of us if you have to go along successfully. Like they say, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. Teachers, what is the future? Like I said, this is the last item I'm going to touch on. I've said how we've succeeded. The key one, of course, is stakeholder engagement. What does the future hold? And for us as a country, the future is connectivity, and internet connectivity at that. For this reason, two things have happened. The first is that the government of Kenya has formed a joint vehicle, a special purpose vehicle with Etisalat in Fujairah. Fujairah is where Kenya gets its internet from. So the government of Kenya has formed a special purpose vehicle with the Etisalat forming a company called Teams, so that with that we're able to get all the internet we can ever need all the way from Fujairah. So there's a submarine cable from here, Mombasa, to Fujairah that will bring all the internet that we can ever need. Like I said earlier, we already have 9,000 kilometers of fiber distributing that internet in our country. But that's not enough. So what we have planned as ICT Authority, again collaborating, and this time we are collaborating with Kenya Power, Communications Authority, Ministry of Energy, and our own ministry, is to use the power lines to reach all the schools. Kenya Power has now connected over 22,000 schools with the power. We'll use the same infrastructure to string fiber to these schools, and our estimate is within 2 years will be completed. The internet that will come to a school already purchased by government will be through the Kenya Education Cloud. That will ensure that all the content that is available for education purposes in schools is properly vetted through the Kenya Education Cloud. So you'll get only the whitelisted sites, the sites that are beneficial to our children as they undertake their studies in school. So that is the good news. So 2 years, and Chairman, I hope you invite us next year here. We'll have covered either half the schools or the way, and then cover the rest within the next year. So that at the end of 2 years, we'll have covered 22,000 schools with internet for learning and teaching in our schools. As this happens, this internet will pass through all the villages we have. And the estimate is, of course, it will touch about 10 million households. And this will go towards the conversation we've been having about blended learning and also ensuring that we get the internet productivity that our nation can get when this happens. The World Bank estimates that if you increase internet penetration by 10%, GDP improves by 1.5%, and that is what we hope we'll be able to achieve. So see you teachers in 2 years when all the schools will have been connected to internet. So welcome to this journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We are looking forward to be connected, all of us in the whole country. Now, I take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Arias Abdi from the Ministry of Education, General Director. Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, KEPSHA, national officials of KEPSHA, the CEOs of SAGAs present, Ministry of Education officials, and head teachers of our primary schools in this country. Good morning. Good morning once again. Thank you very much. So I just want to, first of all, start, before I go into my presentation, to let you know that from the Ministry of Education, we are here in a big way, just in solidarity to join you, to support you, and to guide you. So as it has just been mentioned here, my name is Elias Abdi. I'm the Director General, State Department of Early Learning and Basic Education. So I will request all the Ministry of Education officials who are here, please to stand up. Just stand up, eh? I know they have been seated here for long. Maybe you can. So we have, the officials are all here, and you can see them. Please wave to the team. Thank you very much. Get seated, please. I also want to announce that outside there, where we have the tents, the ministry is also there in a very big way. If maybe on the podium here we are not able to answer some of your questions, you can visit the tents outside there where you can get support or answer, you know, like now, for example, the KICD that did the presentation here, they have a tent there. Kemi, I saw the director here has a tent. The National Council for Nomadic Education has a tent there. Equally, the ministry, the ICT unit, the Ministry of Education, and we have come with a very big consignment of policy documents, including the sessional paper, guidelines, manuals, circulars that are of help and that can assist. So, Mr. Chairman, I remember the last time we met here in Mombasa, it was 2019 at the KRA grounds. And since then, we were not able to meet like this. I remember I did open for you your conference last year also, where I'm told around 9,000 of you attended, and that conference was virtual. So as a result of the pandemic, we were not able to congregate. But this pandemic also has come up with, you know, a few, what I will say, innovations. For example, there are new terminologies that have, you know, come up. We are now hearing about N95, isn't it? Have you had N95 before Corona? No. How many of you have had N95 before Corona? Masks, sanitize, you know. We're hearing about social distance, physical distance, terminologies that are now part of our vocabulary. But for us in the education sector, the most important thing is that we have adopted, you know, new methods of teaching. You've heard about KICD today, and we've had the professor speak here. I was just telling him that CPC requires communication. Because we have realized, unless we communicate ourselves, then others will communicate for us. And when they communicate in the wrong way, isn't it? Yes, that's what, you know, we've been seeing. They communicate in the wrong way, so we'll continue advocating and communicating properly. But you should know that as at now, during this Corona time, during this pandemic time, in one of his speeches, the Secretary General of the United Nations said that the right of education should be revised to include the right of connectivity. And that's why we're impressed when the ICT authority here said that in the next, you know, few years, all our schools will be connected. Because at the end of it, some of the terminologies, again, that have come up today, even in this forum, we're hearing about Google Meet, we're hearing about Zoom, we're hearing about WebEx, Kudos, Microsoft Teams. These are, you know, terminologies that are so appealing to the education sector. And therefore, we need to take it up and ensure that we go the hybrid class way, we go the blended way, so that learning does not stop if, God forbid, we are in another pandemic. So, Mr. Chairman, when I go to your invitation, I've been assigned a topic that is strengthening the legal frameworks and policy landscape for effective curriculum reform implementation. And so, I know the PowerPoint has been projected on the screens. You can look at it. I have a PowerPoint presentation. This topic is very timely and very critical, especially during this time when, you know, we are under a reform mood. And as you remember, you know, there's this quote from the former president of South Africa, which we always, all of us, have heard about it, that education is the most powerful weapon we can use to change the world. Without education, imagine, where would we be, all of us seated here? Just imagine, for once, if you did not learn how to read and write, where would you be? And again, as a country, if you look at the goals of education, because our goals of education are 8 in total. The first goal states that education is intended in Kenya to promote national unity, integration, and patriotism. That is the main idea of the first goal. And that's why, even here as we meet, we are seeing that as a practice. Because here we are, coming from all the corners of this country. There are people from Lodwar here, Mombasa, all. As we meet and integrate, you see, education is supposed to bring us together and move forward. Of course, we cannot overemphasize the economic importance of education. And then there was this Chinese philosopher who said, if your plan is for 1 year, plant rice. If your plan is for 10 years, plant trees. But if your plan is for 100 years, educate children. So you can imagine that if you want to go far with your country and you want to really develop, it's about education. And therefore, that is very critical. So you are also aware, ladies and gentlemen, that this country now, you know, the education sector, because I don't want to go into the details, I'm not going into the details of the curriculum. The KICD has gone into the details, but at the ministry level, we look at the policy level. I'm seeing here the CEO, Dr. Njengere of Kenya National Exam Council. He's here with us also, and he's going to do a presentation on examination and assessment. But at the ministry, we look at the comprehensive, you know, at the global level policy issues. And therefore, you know very well that the last time that we had a reform, a total reform, because the terminologies, we have a reform and a review. What we are undergoing at the moment is a reform. We are reforming and overhauling our entire, you know, education system. And the last time we did this was in 1985. That's the time that we had the first, you know, 844 class, standard 8 sitting the exams. Initially, we had the CPE, Certificate of Primary Education. Then KCPE came into place in 1985. Then in 1989 is when we had the KCSE, Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education. Before that, we had the A-levels, and we had the KCE, Kenya Certificate of Education. And so, this reform has been necessitated by several factors. You know it very well. We did not just wake up one day and you know, started reforming our system. Studies have been done. All this has been shared with you. And this information is even there in all the websites that we have, Ministry of Education. You go to KICD, for example, the information is there. So all we are saying is we are only reforming to the dictates of, number one, our development blueprint, which is the Vision 2030. Number two, to our Constitution. The Constitution, the 2010 Constitution, for example, Article 43, Article 53, that ensures that every child, you know, must be given free and compulsory basic education. Some people must be wondering why basic education? Because you remember when the Second World War ended in 1945, the world congregated, and in 1948, the first universal human declaration was put in place. And the Universal Human Rights Declaration said that basic education should be made free and compulsory, but other levels of education should be made accessible. So why basic education? This is what we need to ask ourselves. Because basic education makes the human being functional. Without it, you can't function. You know, if you are to read and write, if you are going, for example, by bus from Mombasa to Nairobi, and the person giving you a ticket, for you to locate your seat, you must be able to read and write. Not only that, when the person is able to read and write, the person is able to participate in the productive sector of the economy. You know, you are able to, even when you are farming, you're able to measure the fertilizer for your farm, for your land, and all this. That is why basic education is free and compulsory. And that's why in 2003, when education was declared fee-free, primary education, globally, it was welcomed. I know, Mr. Chairman, this is an issue, because 2003, when the capitation was fixed at 1,020 shillings, isn't it? Today, 17 years down the line, how much is the capitation? 1,420 shillings. Yes, we have taken up examination fees, for example, KCP, KCC, we are paying. But we agree that now I think it is time, moving forward, to relook at that. It is really important. And I know in your conferences you have been raising this. I remember in KRA last time, 2019, when you came, you had even a proposal of around 8,000 shillings per learner, isn't it? Is that where you want us to go? Is that where you want us to go? I know 8,000 is a tall order, but at least I know the challenges that we are facing. So then you remember very well when 2010 the Constitution was enacted. The then Minister of Education, Professor Ongeri, who's now the senator in Senate, put a team together under the leadership of Professor Odhiambo. And everything now you are seeing as a country, all these reforms we are going through, everything now you are seeing is as a result of the Professor Odhiambo task force. They have come up with a very good, comprehensive report that has been put in place. Then the other thing that has necessitated this reform is as a result of the East African Protocol. Because we need to move human labor from country to country, all the members of the East African state. And therefore, the protocol, we have decided that as a country, we must harmonize our curricula. And that is what is now going on. So as a result of that, we also have the Jubilee Manifesto, because in 2008, capitation was introduced in secondary education. 2003, capitation was introduced in primary. 2008, capitation in secondary education. 2017, we have made secondary education, especially the day secondary education, completely free. So moving forward, these are the things that have been put in place. And therefore, number of laws came into being. One of them was, for example, the KICD Act, Care National Examination Act. A number of laws have come to place. So now, Chairman, what is this that we are supposed to strengthen? I think, if anything, if we have to strengthen one particular thing in everything that we do in this sector, is the coordination. Seamless coordination. There's a pie chart there on that screen, if you can look at it. There's a pie chart where we are saying, for example, the curriculum that is developed at KICD. It is implemented at the school level. It is quality assured by the Directorate of Quality Assurance. And it is assessed and examined by NEC. We want that seamless, coordination, so that at the end of it, the children are able to learn. Because we are moving from the system mainly because of the learning part of it. And so, that curriculum, at the end of it, will end up in the classroom. The quality assurance officers are there to support you. Equally, assessment is done. by Kenya National Exam Council. And for us, you know, it's like the four sides of a figure. And therefore, it is crucial that we do that. Then it is about to make the whole system, for the whole system to work, then you know, we need to align all the actors, all of us, such that the right hand is aware what the left hand is doing. And as the director here, Professor, you know, Charles Ongonda said, in the curriculum making process, everybody, all the key stakeholders are represented there. For example, we have the subject panel. These are practicing teachers. We have the course panel. We have the academic committee. We have the council. And before a design reaches you in the school level, it has gone through all the stages. And this is what we are saying, that in essence, we need to, you know, ensure that all the actors are aligned. This is, when we're talking about strengthening, then this is the area we need to look at. And then the other thing I wanted to mention is that at the ministry, we have the National Education Sector Plan. This plan is at the national level. Once we prepare that, the regions are required to do a plan. Equally, the counties are required to do a plan. Equally, you know, at the school level, you are supposed to have the strategic plan, isn't it? Yes, and planning is the main thing. So we do the joint planning of the education programs through the NESEP. We have regularized meetings with the development partners. And everything that has been said here about the support for remote learning and all this, we have support from our development partners that have been assisting us in this area. So there need to be a framework for seamless transition so that we all work together and ensure that, you know, we ensure that it is implemented. For example, when it comes to pre-primary education, you know, pre-primary is devolved, isn't it? Pre-primary is devolved. It is the county government that's in charge. But at the national level, we still coordinate. We have the National Early Childhood Education Committee that coordinates all the activities of pre-primary education. And this is what is taking place. So looking at the other diagram, for us to achieve the desired learning outcome, we need to make use of our school inputs properly. We need to make use of our human resource properly, the teachers. Equally, we need to improve on our management. You know, the teachers, the head teachers, the boards of management, all this has to be, you know, we need to improve on it. Looking at, again, on that, in that, you know, PowerPoint, we have decided to, you know, bring out the roles of head teachers in education reforms. One, we are saying that as a head teacher, you are in charge of the organization and management of the approved school curriculum. You are the one in charge of ensuring that the timetables are done properly. Each subject is given its lessons, you know, it is time, you know, that it has been allocated for, and ensure that the children learn. It is your responsibility to ensure teachers are in class and teaching. Because there was a report that came out in 2013 by the World Bank. It is called the Service Delivery Indicators. And in that report, the World Bank said out of 100 Kenyan teachers in a given day, only, you know, 56 are in class teaching. A few are in class not teaching. Others are maybe outside there. This is a report. I'm referring to a report. So ensure that all the teachers are in class. The other responsibility of the head teacher is to provide leadership in the administration of national assessment and examination at school level. You are in charge of that, ensuring that the assessment, for example, Kenya National Exam Council has embarked on. It is you to ensure that it succeeds, because the assessment is supposed to, again, inform the teaching, and it gives you the feedback. Equally, you are in charge of the management and control of school finance. Being the secretary of the school, you know, the school board, the head teacher you are also in charge of the management and motivation of human resources in the school. Secretary to the school board of management and the parent association, management and maintenance of the school plant equipment. And also, the head teacher is expected to teach the subject of specialization. Again, for us to succeed in those functions, as the head teacher, you are supposed to align all actors to make the entire system work. For example, we need to mobilize citizens through regular information and communication campaigns, even at the school level. We are supposed to be building strong partnerships between schools and their communities to sustain reforms. We are supposed to build on what works and scale back what doesn't. So these are the things that we need to ensure we strengthen. And Mr. Chairman, to end my presentation, I will end with a quote from Mr. Jim Yong Kim, who served as the World Bank president from 2012 to 2019. This is what he had to say. He said that if we work together, we can help all children have an equal chance at learning, finding a job, contributing to their communities, and achieving their dreams. So, what do we have to strengthen? We have all the legal, frameworks. We have all the policies that we require. What we need to strengthen is how all of us do our bit. Those of us at the Ministry of Education headquarters, KICD where the curriculum is developed, the school level where the head teachers are, the Directorate of Quality Assurance officers are supposed to go to the schools, and eventually at the assessment and examination level. If we all work together, then we'll give an opportunity to all our children to learn, to find a job, and to contribute to their communities and ensure that they achieve their dreams. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, our Director General. I would wish before you sit down, we have something small. Our Director General, before you sit down. Director General, before you sit down, please. We have something small to say thank you.
Thank you very much, our DG. A big clap to the DG, jamani. Wapi ile makofi ya Director General? Sisi KEPSHA Director General, tunakutambua. Tunakuenzi kabisa. That's why our chairman is giving you something small on behalf of these great head teachers of Kenya. Makofi kwa DG. Asante sana, Director General. Tunakumbuka maneno yako. If we work together, we achieve our dreams. That's teamwork. Sindio jamani? Asante sana, bwana DG. And please accept our appreciation from KEPSHA.
Thank you so much. I want to take the program forward, by inviting Mr. Polycarp Igade, Group Chief Commercial Officer, Equity Group Holdings. When Igade, the stage is yours.
The National Executive Board of the Kenya Primary School Head Teachers Association, all the leaders from the Ministry of Education and dignitaries present, all the distinguished delegates to this 17th annual conference of primary school head teachers, I greet you the way we know how at Equity Group. God is good, and all the time. I stand here in my capacity as Group Chief Commercial Officer of Equity Holdings. We are a banking and financial services group present in Kenya, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, Tanzania, Uganda, South Sudan. We have a representative office in Ethiopia and Rwanda. And I bring only 3 messages. And the first one is a message of gratitude. We are truly grateful as an institution that has 35-year history in this country for the support, for the partnership, for the cooperation, and for the collaboration between Equity Bank in Kenya and primary schools across this great republic. We have worked together to help you improve your infrastructure, to help the welfare of the teachers and non-teaching staff. Because as a group, we believe very strongly in transforming lives, in giving dignity to people through creating opportunities for wealth creation. So please accept our abiding hand of friendship and partnership going forward, and our word of congratulations and appreciation for the partnership that we have had over the years. And thank you very much for inviting us to speak to you today. The second message I have is to appreciate the most amazing theme that the Executive Board chose, including the delegates for this year's meeting. What a theme. What a topical issue. Leading in crisis, reimagining the future. As a bank, we appreciate especially two crises which we would like to partner with you to tackle. The first one is the crisis of values in our society. The crisis of values in our society. Our Constitution in Article 10 envisaged the crisis of values and created a national values platform. Vision 2030 does the same. And in this room today is an aggregation of individuals who are captains of value, of planting the seed of values in this Republic of Kenya. You have gathered here from every corner of this country because you are the people who plant the seed of value. And the lack of values is seen in very many ways, and it manifests, especially in one way in our country, where we see important national responsibility getting piled on people who are confident, not people who are competent. Competent people come through the education system. And that's just one example, and I know we have very many examples of the value-based challenge we have in our country. We therefore feel that this gathering is a gathering where we should be. As a bank, we do our business based on value. A bank is nothing else apart from trust. That you trust me and I trust you, and therefore we transact. So banking is founded on values, and especially that value of trust. And the other large crisis as we speak about values is people appreciating that education and the educational certificates that we get, when I qualify as an educated person, what I get is a license to hunt, not a meal ticket. I get a license to hunt. When I get a school certificate, a degree, I get a license to hunt. I don't get a meal ticket. I don't come out to this world entitled to anything. I come out to the world to hunt, to gather. And that's why banks exist, to support you in your hunting, in your gathering, and in your appreciation of things. So congratulations for choosing such a topical theme for head teachers, because truly we are leading in crisis. The second crisis we acknowledge as a bank, which we would like to partner with you very strongly, is the crisis of climate change. The crisis of climate change. Today, the world is facing a risk of hunger, a risk of disease because of climate change. And I think together here, we can move together and tackle that crisis together at every single primary school by demonstrating our effort, our solution to that crisis. But it's not enough, I think, to just discuss problems without presenting solutions to those problems or things we can do practically together. And that's why I'm impressed by the second piece of your theme, which is reimagining the future. Let's reimagine the future. And I think number one in reimagining the future is to acknowledge what our forefathers knew, that the world has a few real problems which require real solutions. And any tradesman, any craftsman, any young person who's going through education through your hands as head teachers will face those four battles. The battle of ignorance, which is countered with education. The battle of poverty, which is countered through enterprise and through business. The battle of disease that is encountered through health. The battle of climate change, which I've spoken to. And we in Equity have identified this and are solving them both at the micro level and at macro levels in very many different ways. And in reimagining this future, I therefore present my third point of saying we would like to use this event to propose to you that you come to us and we partner on a solution we have configured together, especially around climate change. Every primary school has a roof. That roof can harvest water. We have resources in our bank to work with you as a head teacher to make sure that your primary school has clean water. And clean water is clean sanitation. That we can partner with you to help you cook, for those who are cooking in primary schools, to cook not with firewood and destroy the forests and the trees, but to cook with LPG gas. We are proposing and reimagining the future by saying, let's work together to make sure those toilets in schools, the cows you keep and the goats, we can harness the biogas to cook in your kitchens. And I'm talking about financing you, working with you and your Parents Teachers Association to harvest water, to get biogas, to reduce your cost of utility costs in your primary schools. Those are some of the micro things that we can do together and work together moving forward. I would like to close, because I've gone through my 3 points, of giving gratitude to you, of celebrating your wonderful theme of meeting here, and by proposing a certain set of partnership. We have started to do so with a couple of secondary schools, and we know there are very many institutions we are working with, including hospitals and schools, especially on climate smart initiatives, where the cost of utilities, the bills you pay to water authorities, the bill you pay to Kenya Power, has reduced by close to 40%. And we in Equity are present to work with you, and we shall work with the National Executive in approaching you through our branch network. We have almost 200 branches in the Republic of Kenya, and many more, and another 200 outside the Republic of Kenya. And we are going to be working with you on those initiatives. Once again, thank you very much for listening to me. May our God bless you for the work that you do. We celebrate you for having molded us to become who we have become. And Kenya's best days is ahead of it because of you teachers, because of you head teachers, because of the faith and your fidelity to duty. You wake up every day to mold young people, and as they say, the road to success is always under construction. We join you in constructing success and in letting young people know that the best education comes from effort, from applying your own effort. Once the world has given you an opportunity, it is up to you to determine your outcome. Outcomes are determined by your effort. There is a distance between outcomes and opportunity, and that's your own effort. And I still remember, those are the words of every single head teacher. Mungu wetu awabariki, asanteni kwa kunisikiliza. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bwana Igade, for that wonderful presentation. And thank you also for having trust in us as head teachers. At this juncture, I take this opportunity to welcome our CEO, Kenya National Examination Council, Dr. David Jengele, Chief Executive Officer, NEC. Please come and address the congregation. Oh, I'm reminded there is a present for Equity, please, Bwana Igade. Just come, there is a present for you. Yeah, we recognize your presence, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our CEO, NEC, please.
Thank you very much, the session chair, the KEPSHA leadership, and all other guests who have come to grace this occasion, and fellow teachers. I am a teacher by profession, so I relate very well with the experiences that you go through. Chairman, allow me to applaud your chair, Mr. Nzioka, for the very profound leadership that he has expounded both here at KEPSHA and in many other forums that I have been with him. Nzioka, you are a great leader, and pitia hapo hapo. The session that I have been given, as you can see, I have a lot of notes here. But in the interest of ensuring that the session chair does not pass notes to me, I have summarized all these, I think there are almost 40 pages, into 2 pages. So I'll not take long. Time is one of the greatest resources that God has given human beings. It is the only resource that the rich and the poor, those in the West and those in the global South, get in equal measure. It doesn't matter where you are. Each one of us gets 24 hours a day. The difference between the global North and the global South is how we use that 24 hours. And I can tell you, the testimony of great leadership is how the chairman and his team have managed to bring back sanity into the program in a very short time. If you want to look for a great leader, check on how they use their time. The session I have is managing transformation from over-reliance on summative assessments to formative assessments. Allow me to use the metaphor of a hospital to summarize that transition. Because that transition is not idle. It is not a decision that someone sat there and just said, well, I think I like more formative than summative, so let's adopt more formative than summative. It is based on a very fundamental principle, which I will attempt to explain as I look at the relationship between curriculum and assessment. If we use the metaphor of a hospital, and allow me, Chairman, to use you, and you had a choice between 2 hospitals. One hospital has a very big lab. You know the lab? Where we go to give samples of our blood, urine, and all the other stuff that we give there. There's a very big lab and a very small mortuary. So, mnajua mortuary? Then another hospital has a very big mortuary and a very small lab. And you are given a choice between the 2 hospitals. Chairman, unless let me not go there. Which hospital would you choose? I am sure, unless you need the services of a psychiatrist, you would go for the hospital that has a big lab, and a small mortuary. That is the difference between formative and summative assessments. Because formative assessments are the assessments that take place regularly, sometimes even when you are very healthy. Like I do annual checkups. And when I go to the hospital for my annual checkups, interventions that need to be made, is there some advice? Like when I went there early this year, they checked my BMI, and one of the things they told me is that you need to check on your weight. Looks like your weight is starting to go up. I wasn't sick. That is formative assessment. Summative assessment is what happens in the morgue. When I am dead and they put me on the table to find out what killed me. Because it happens at the end. And that's what we do in class 8 and form 4. Because you have come to the end. That's why it's called summative. It's a summary. It looks at the child and asks, what, you know, when we do the what do you call this operation they do when you're dead? Post-mortem. Post-mortem is there to establish what killed you. And there's a certificate that is given at the end of that. So as NEC, we are saying that it is time to have a bigger lab and a very small mortuary. So that what we do at the end of a cycle, at the end of primary education, or at the end of secondary education, is not just coming to tell you what killed you. You have an opportunity while you are still alive to know what challenges you are having and bring in the necessary interventions. I'll be speaking to that later as we go along. Why then are we having these reforms, and why do we have multiple assessments? Because there will be multiple assessments. 3 main issues. There are many others, but I will just speak to 3. The first is that we have a very high wastage in our education system. We keep the children in school for 12 years, 8 years primary and 4 years secondary. Then at the end of those 12 years, if I can use the example, the illustration of the last examinations, KCSE, we had 743,299 candidates who sat for KCSE. Out of that number, the magical grade that we are always targeting is a C+. Out of that total population of 743,000, 893 students got an A, 6,420 got an A minus, 14,427 got a B plus, 25,000 got B, 34,000 got a B minus, and 57,000 odd number got a C plus, giving a total of 139,140 who got that magical point threshold of a C plus. There are some others who fell between C and C minus. Those are okay because they can join middle-level colleges, polytechnics and all that. But there is a huge number of 405,000. 405,000 who got D and E. 405,000. Over half of that population received a certificate. This is what we are calling a mortuary. Received a certificate to tell them academically, wewe umekwisha. Ladies and gentlemen, this is replicated year in, year out. The current system we are operating is very favorable to the 139,000. For all intents and purposes, you can maintain this system, and that 139,000 will continue to thrive. They don't have a problem. The challenge is with these 405,000, more than half of the population. So we can't sit back and be easy and tell ourselves all is well when every year we are releasing almost 500,000 children without any idea of what they are going to do with those pieces of paper we have given them in the name of a certificate. That's one reason why we have said, we can't continue with this situation. We must change the dynamics. The second one is about a document called Sustainable Development Goals. In 2016, the entire world gathered in New York, and they passed those 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Underlying those goals was the principle that you cannot have sustainable development without the participation of all citizens in that development. I'll repeat that because that's very important. You can't have sustainable development anywhere in this world, whether it is in your small community where you live, in your village, or in whatever sphere that you live in. You can't have any meaningful and sustainable development without the participation of all the citizens who live there. And that's why you have found that today, because of lack of sustainable development, we are now putting ourselves in small prisons. Why do we have those small prisons in our houses? Why do we put up those walls that sometimes you don't know what is inside? It just looks like a prison, actually. Some walls are higher than actual prison walls. And then we put barbed wire on top. Then we put electric. Actually, honestly, committee doesn't look as bad as some of our houses. It is because of this lack of sustainable development. You cannot leave some people behind and expect that you are going to live in peace. These 400,000 that we are unleashing into society every year, they will, with the time, become the problem to you. So we have to start thinking, how do we deal with them? And since it's clear that even with the stealing of exams and all that, they still can't join this threshold of C+. So how do you deal with them? You must create an education system that is favorable to all the 700,000 not just the small population of 139,000. The third point is our own Vision 2030. Our Vision 2030 says that we want to be an industrializing country offering a high quality of life, underline that in bold, offering a high quality of life to all our citizens. How do you offer a high quality of life to all your citizens when you have not empowered each one of them through the education system? It is impossible. So you must make sure that you create a system that targets every child while they have these 12 years of basic education and do what the mission of this reform says, which says we want to nurture every mission. We want to nurture every learner's potential. That's it. The reforms we are in is an appreciation of those three factors that I have raised above and looking for the solution or the intervention through education by appreciating that each and every child who you receive in grade 1 in your school, each one of those children who walks through your gates or who sits in your class, that child has some potential in them. There is no useless child in this world. There isn't. Actually, there's a maxim that we used to have when we were engaging in scholarly conversations with UNESCO. And the maxim was that children do not fail. It is systems that fail. So in other words, with these reforms that we are embarking on, we are saying every child in your school has some potential. And our work in education is not to keep telling that child what they can't do. Because that seems to be the system that we have established for ourselves. A system that just keeps you there and tells you you can't do math. So what? I can't do math. Yes, you can't do math. So sit there and I'll give you a test to confirm you can't do math. So you sit there, you do the test, and we give you a certificate to confirm you can't do math. Songa mbele. Unaenda secondary, and we start with you in Form 1, and we tell you, yes, you can't do math. Yes, I can't do math. It's okay, sit here, and after 4 years, we will give you an exam to confirm and give you a certificate that says, yes, you can't do math. Get out of the system. Honestly, if that is not madness, I don't know what madness is. So we are saying, let us spend time not telling children what they can't do, but finding out what they can do. What am I? There are those who will be good in math. I know people like Egathe here must be very good in math. That's okay. But it doesn't make him better than me, who can't hack it in math. He just needs to appreciate, that's okay, he's good in math, but David is good in something different. Because society cannot be reduced to math with all due respect to my sister from Sebastian, we can't reduce the entire society to STEM. Hey, and that's why you find our kids have become parrots. You wait until we release the exams. And these media people are going around asking them, what do you want? All of them, it's like they have been tuned to say they want to become a neurosurgeon. Have you watched those crazy things on TV? Every child in Kenya thinks they should become a neurosurgeon. Seriously. Which country develops through neurosurgeons? Development is not through neurosurgeons. Am I Polycarp? It is through these other areas that we have neglected for a long time. So where we now come in as NEC is to start helping you to first appreciate every child in your school. That's where it starts. You look at that child, when you look at that child, you don't see math. What you see is potential in that child. And that's why you look at the 7 core competencies that we issued. And the 7th core competence is called self-efficacy. That every child must start to be aware of who they are and to appreciate that there is nothing wrong with being a sports. I remember when I went to school, and there is a crazy statement that some teachers used to make. That, oh, okay, I had not even started. Hiya. I knew he would do that. The statement was, okay, let me not go into the stories. Let me come to 1 minute is very short. Make it 3. So, what we are doing at NEC is to break down assessment into 4 things. 4. That the first thing we will do is to define every assessment in terms of purpose. That assessments are not offered for the sake of it. We don't go to hospital to draw blood for the sake of it. They don't ask for our urine and stool for the sake of it. What is the purpose? So we'll be working with you to empower you around the 3 issues around purpose, which is assessment for learning, assessment as learning, and assessment of learning. Those 3 will be cardinal. That's why we'll have multiple assessments. You can't have one assessment that focuses on those 3 tripartite issues around the purpose of assessment. The second is the mode of assessment. And this has been the best year for me. I've only had 6 months in NEC, but this gave me a lot of excitement, in spite of all the challenges we have. Because we agreed that we will have 2 modes of assessment. The first mode of assessment is what we are calling school-based assessment, and the second is the summative assessments. As we agreed at the beginning, if you want to enlarge the lab and have a smaller mortuary, you can't have one assessment. You can't do a post-mortem and call that an assessment. There must be several assessments that will be happening along the way. So the school-based assessment, which we administered for grade 4, it was the most exciting assessment. Because we sent you the tools, you administered the tools, and as the CS was reporting yesterday, when we looked at the scores, the raw scores that we received from the schools, it was almost a normal curve. The peak the peak was at around 8.5 out of 20. So if you corrected for corona, the COVID disruptions, you would almost get the peak at 10. The scores we got from the schools were authentic, they were genuine. Teachers did not massage the numbers. And this is what I was asking the other day when I met with my brothers here. And I was asking, this story that teachers cannot be trusted has already been demystified. It has already been proved to be wrong through this school-based assessment at grade 4. And I remember I even talked to my brother, Dr. Dhamburi and Dr. Masharia. And I said, I think this is time for us to re-energize the teachers by telling them you did the right thing, because I think people have been singing this song telling teachers they are doing the wrong thing for too long. And you know, if someone keeps telling you that you are a cow every day, kiamuka anakuambia wewe ni ng'ombe, the next day wewe anakuita wewe ni ng'ombe, you know, one day you'll be tempted to look at a cow and ask yourself, is this my brother? So it's time, and I think this is one of the areas I would challenge KEPSHA and even our brothers from NAT to stop the nonsense of people telling teachers they can't be trusted. Who do you want to trust? Who do you want to trust? So as NEC we are saying, we will continue trusting teachers because teachers are professionals. How comes when I go to the hospital, I don't find somebody hanging around there with a gun so that the doctor doesn't give me the wrong prescription? Because we trust that the doctor is professional. So it's time for us as teachers to continue with what we have started, because grade 4 was a clear demonstration that without any invigilation, any supervision, the teachers are able to be professional in school-based assessment. So that's the mode. The third is the tools that we are going to use. And for now, until we get to a threshold where we have trained the teachers adequately and they are able to come up with the tools which meet the thresholds of what we call our usual jargon in NEC about reliability and validity, we will continue as NEC to supply the tools. All tools for assessment, they will come from NEC because we know the risk. If we do not apply the tools, we have entrepreneurs who are hanging around and they are more than willing to supply those tools. The last one is reporting. And reporting is ideally what raises the stakes. So deliberately, we will not have league tables for school-based assessments. We won't have league tables. We will expect that schools will report back to the child as soon as you administer the assessment. The child gets the feedback from you. Then we receive the scores in NEC and we look at, there are some other things we look at just to be sure that no one is massaging the numbers. We have our own way of doing that. I can't tell you what we do, but we have our way of doing that. So the CS yesterday talked about the coming assessment next year for grade 6, which will account for 40%. As you can see, we have already reduced the size of the mortuary to 40%. The lab is 60%, accounted for by grade 4, 5, and 6, 20%, 20%, 20%. And what we will be doing in order to remove any anxieties around what the grade 6 summative assessment will look like, which will be administered in December next year, is that we are going to issue in January regulations for that particular summative assessment and sample papers. So please don't waste your time looking and buying sample papers elsewhere. NEC will provide you with the sample paper so that you'll be able to see what will the exam look like at the end of grade 6. We won't ambush you. The purpose of competency-based curriculum and assessment is not to ambush you. It is to know what is the potential this child is having. Now, you know potential cannot be massaged. Kama hawezi kuruka, Chilchil is a great volleyballer here. He was my classmate at Moi University. Those who have always doubted whether I went to university, ask Chilchil. Tulikuwa na yeye. Chilchil is a great volleyballer. There is nothing you can massage about his ability to play volleyball. So there is nothing to hide. So these assessments, we will make sure that you all receive sample papers. Please do not be misled by anybody out there that they have some sample way of assessing grade 6. We will make sure that that is available. The last one, Chair, I can see you have already stood. The last one is about the registration portal for grade 3 and 4, and even 5. I know we had challenges because when we reported back from the COVID, a lot of private schools closed down. And when they closed down, some of the learners had already been registered in those private schools. When they came to you in the public schools, you gave them a new unique assessment number. What that happened is that it made a mess at NEC. Serious mess. Because these learners had already been given another unique number in the private schools. Now when they came to you, you gave them another one. So we ended up with impossible numbers at that level. So we spent a bit of time cleaning that data. Now we have cleaned it, so it is now okay. The most important thing is to make sure if there is a child who was not captured, please, through your sub-county director, submit that information to us, together with the grade that they got. But please, we are pleading with you, do not send this directly to us. Send through the sub-county director of education so that it can be manageable. So please help us in that. We are going to clean everything, and even now the portals are open for grade 3, 4, and 5. So those who have been struggling, we have enhanced our infrastructure capacity, and we will continue doing this together with you. So thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you, thank you. Dr. David, still please. Dr. Jegele. Doctor. We have something small for you.
Makofi kwa daktari jamani. NEC imeongea, si ndio? Na mumeelezwa zile shida ambazo tulikuwa tunazikabidhi, uploading and everything. Zawadi ndogo kutoka kwa KEPSHA akipewa on behalf of us by our national chairman. Asante sana chairman. Asante ndugu.
Thank you so much. As I call in our national chairman to take the program forward, I would like to recognize the following visitors who are in our midst. Peter Mugo, TSC County Director, Taita Taveta. Thank you. James Gashungi, CD Makueni. Karibu sana. Alex Cheruyot, TSC CD Makueni. Karibu sana. Dr. Samuel Maligat, TSC CD Mombasa. Karibu. Rosemary Sokotian, TSC CD Nandi. Opondo Lao, LAO CD Kiambu. Karibu. Nancy Afandi CD Machakos. Lucy Msioka CD Mathare Nairobi. We have a very important guest in house, Bwana Chairman, Sengendo David, Chairman, Uganda Primary School and Teachers Association. Just wave our brother from Uganda, clap for him. Thank you so much for gracing our occasion. Margaret Kamau, TSC County Director, Migori. Thank you. Stephen Barongo, Regional Director of Education, Western. Thank you. John Virenge, CD Kitui. Karibu sana. Dr. Sylvester Mulambe, Director Policy, Partnership and East African Community Affairs, Minister of Education Headquarters. Karibu, brother. Now I take this opportunity quickly to usher in our national chairman to take the program forward. Karibu, chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Macharia. Thank you, members, for being that patient. Remember, I told you from the morning, this morning, that today we are learning. Today we have serious speakers, and I think you have seen that. Yes? You agree with me? Tuko pamoja? Yes. Today we were on serious business. Yesterday I said most of the questions that you have been having in mind will be answered yesterday and today and tomorrow's conclusion. You have heard the kind of powerful speakers like Dr. Njegele. One time I did face the Parliamentary Committee on Education with Dr. Njegele when there were questions about CBC, and when Daktari addressed those parliamentarians, there were no more questions from that point. He's a very powerful speaker. Thank you very much, our Director General, for giving us quite a good insight of what we expect now and in the future. Now, I want to usher in two very, very important speakers to us. There are two important speakers in the house. One of them is ours, because we have told him, you will be leading us. And the other one takes care of us, because every time we are looking upon him to be provided. That is our union and our employer. And because I know, the concentration span for our age, it really goes down when we remain seated on one place for too long. I would wish that the band takes the floor and gives us a number so that we can stop the demarcations I've seen some people doing. And at the same time, I welcome Mr. Segedo to the house. Mr. Segedo, the chairman, Head Teachers of Uganda, and also the Secretary, Federation of East Africa Head Teachers. Karibu sana. So, the band, give us a number before I usher in our two powerful speakers for today.
I'd like you guys to stand up so that usingizi ishe kidogo. Alafu katumbo kashtuke kidogo. Najua njaa imeanza kukuja, eh? So, if you are from Western, you know this song. We are going to cry together. So all you do, when you do E, you do this, and then on the right, left. Turn it. My baby. Turn it. Are you ready? Turn it. E, E, E.
Shake the body, shake your body.
Aya, twende hii. Unapiga makofi ukiruka kidogo. We are going to cry again. Are you ready? Aya, twende. We are going through the Ripala. Ripala, 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 Ripala. Mabeka, 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 Mabeka. Twende chini, twende chini. Shuka chini, shuka chini. Hapo, 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 hapo. Kuja juu tena. Twende. Wapi vigelegele tena? KEPSHA hoye! Watu wa KEPSHA hoye! One more time. Mabeka, 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 Mabeka. Sasa nyimbo ya Kiluya haiwezi isha kama hatujatuma salamu. Nani atatutumia salamu? Chama, tutumie salamu. Tuma salamu kwa watu hapa. Tuma salamu wewe.
Salamu kwa waimbaji wote. Asante sana.
Hakuna mtu mwingine.
Basi nashukuru. Asante wanabendi, asante. Asante sana. And now we put our hands together to welcome none other than one of our own, Brother Henry Collins Oyu, who is the Secretary General, Kenya National Union of Teachers. Makofi kwa Bwana Oyu, makofi. Karibu, karibu, Henry.
Done, eh?
Thank you very much, National Chairman, KEPSHA, and your team, the Chairman, Kenya National Union of Teachers, and your team, the Ministry of Education led by the Director General, Teachers Service Commission representatives, KICD, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, my dear colleague head teachers in this noble profession, hamjambo. Hamjambo tena. Wajua Kiswahili si mdomo wangu, lakini naweza nikawasalimia kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Hamjamboni. Hamjambo tena. Asanteni. Chairman KEPSHA, National Chairman, allow me to state here and now that the Kenya National Union of Teachers is fully represented in different authorities of leadership to this conference. Very fast, allow me to conduct a quick introduction of my team. And please, can you stand for introduction? With the seriousness it deserves, Kenya National Union of Teachers is here. The National Chairman, Patrick Karinga Munuhe, clap for him. My National Treasurer, James Muondiku. My Deputy, the Deputy Secretary General, Hezbon Otieno Gola. National Trustees, the owners of the Union, Albert Mutani, the circumciser, Frederick Nguma, the Chair of Trustees in the Union. I have members of the National Executive Council who have accompanied me to this sitting today. NEC member for Coast Region, Bashir Kilalo. NEC member for Coast Region, Ali Nganga. Other branch leaders present, I can see Homa Bay branch. Thank you so much. Makueni branch, Kilifi branch, Kaloleni branch, Kilindini branch, the hosting branch, Mombasa branch, and finally, Msambweni, not Msambweni, but Kibwezi branch. Meru South is also here. Thank you so much. And Muhaya. Asanteni sana. National Chairman KEPSHA, this is a clear testimony and exhibition that Kenya National Union of Teachers cannot do without head teachers in this republic. And likewise, head teachers in this republic cannot also do without the Kenya National Union of Teachers. As I speak here to you, I was a head teacher for 10 years before I came to where I am today. National Chairman KEPSHA, you did present to me a topic to address today. Head teachers and school community well-being, our individual and collective responsibility in teaching. As a teacher, I can do it, and I'll do it. Although I complained a little bit, because it took me out of the spheres for which I operate, I'll do it. But this will not stop me from getting into my own food, which is remuneration for teachers in this republic, up to and including head teachers who are seated here today. National Chairman, the objective of KEPSHA can be summarized into unity, capacity building, coordination of 47 counties of Kenya, foster and encourage cooperation and discipline among all head teachers in this republic, mobilize and manage funds for activities of the association, and foster good working relationship among educational authorities, teachers, parents, pupils, and well-wishers, among other aspects that are geared towards improving education as a sector and the community in general. KEPSHA conducts annual Delegates Conference every year to give an opportunity to all her delegates to converge, share experiences they have gone through from various stations of work. They analyze them and find solutions to them in focus of achieving the aims and objectives of this organization. It must be remembered, National Chair, that the COVID-19 has globally affected the calendar of education as a sector to a very immense level. Academic terms of learning have been squeezed to cover for time lost. Examination timetables are running to a very unimaginable expectations. In discussing this, therefore, National Chair, we remember with great honor and humility our very own members who went to be with the Lord due to the effects of the pandemic, and that is COVID-19. In the same list of those who left us, allow me to inform all of you that Kenya National Union of Teachers also lost a Deputy National Treasurer in the same line. May the Almighty God rest the souls of those who went in eternal peace and tranquility. National Chairman, KEPSHA is playing a very significant role in realizing the 2030 education agenda. And it has been mentioned here, even with the CEO, Kenya National Examination Council. I want to repeat that the Sustainable Development Goals 2030 should not be taken for granted to change the world for the better. Our focus, you know, much as I do, that our focus as teachers is on goal number 4 with the 10 targets. It aims to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. Teachers, and especially head teachers, are the key to achieving all the SDG 4 targets. I said 10 of them. It requires urgent attention with a more immediate deadline because the equity gap in education, by the shortage of uneven distribution of professionally trained teachers, especially in the disadvantaged areas of this country. As teachers are the fundamental conditions for guaranteeing quality education. Teachers and educators should be empowered, adequately recruited and remunerated, motivated and professionally qualified, and supported within well-resourced, efficient and effectively governed system. As a union, we cannot sit back to watch the government demotivating teachers in this republic. We cannot sit back to watch the government failing to motivate teachers who have volunteered themselves to work extra mile to have us achieve Vision 2030. And I like the sentiments of the CS yesterday. Professor said too well that the group that dedicated themselves to the development of this country educationally was none other than the teachers seated here today. And we appreciate it. Never did I imagine the kind of passion that the CS came with yesterday. I think you can all agree that he addressed this team with a lot of passion yesterday. Is that not true? DG passed this to the CS. Now the Kenya National Union of Teachers is very happy, and more so in the way he addressed head teachers yesterday. It will go in record, a time when teachers have actually volunteered to work for this country. The CS came out to appreciate our teachers immensely. Thank him so much on behalf of everybody here. I want to mention here, because this is in line with the topic that you gave me, National Chairman, and I don't want to disappoint you. We have 5 areas that I want to mention. The 5 other sustainable development goals with direct reference to education, health and well-being, gender equity, decent work and sustainable growth, responsible consumption and production, climate mitigation and change. Chairman, for KEPSHA to realize these aspirations, dreams and objectives of their formation, and in helping realize the Educational Agenda 2030 with the Sustainable Development Goals, and in particular, goal number 4, the community must be brought into picture and the idea of working together with other stakeholders must be in discourse. We have volunteered as Kenya National Union of Teachers, and I want to reiterate this, Mr. Chairman. NAT shall never be in isolation. NAT must work with the heads of this republic, and we have volunteered to help the heads using our structures on the ground, because Kenya National Union of Teachers has one of the best structures in management of issues of advocating for rights of teachers. Why do I say so? Every other institution, and the heads will confirm here, has an accredited officer of the union, an elected school representative. National Chairman, for the sake of this topic, allow me to come again with some 7 major roles of our head teachers. 1, role in planning. 2, role in school organization. 3, role in supervision. 4, role in guidance. 5, role in maintaining relations. And 6, role in general administration. Finally, the role of the head teacher in teaching. I've mentioned 7 roles here. And from behind me, I want to tell you, those facing my back, I know the positions you hold. You don't do as much as what these head teachers do. The 7 roles. And that is why I want to qualify here. Bwana NEC CEO, allow me to qualify. Teachers must all the time be trusted. You cannot fail to trust one with the 7 roles, while some of us here, as for me, my role is just to speak on behalf of the teachers in this republic. What are the roles? While the heads have 7 roles. Then number 2, as the saying goes, a jack of all trades marks or ends up being a master of what? Of none. Congratulations, head teachers. You as a person is a jack of all trades and a master of all. That is the position that we have for you as Kenya National Union of Teachers. The role in planning is first and foremost the duty of the head teacher in every institution. And the success of the head teacher in planning will actually be appreciated by everybody in the community, starting from the school community and outside there. Because you know too well, much as I do, that a school is an extension of the community. Your planning work, look at your planning work. The planning of the head teacher starts before the opening of schools. The same head teacher plans during the first week of opening. The head teacher plans during the year. The head teacher plans at the end of the year. Then the head teacher plans for the next year. When and what time do you have to rest? These head teachers don't rest. These head teachers don't rest. So that when I'll be qualifying why you should be enumerated properly, the reason is here with me. The head teacher is a teacher. The headmaster should understand the problems of the teachers and the pupils better, which he does, and she does very well, simply because the head teacher himself, herself, is a teacher. One role that is very tricky, and I want to mention here, the role in supervision. The head of a school does not sit in any office. Do you sit in the office? Do you sit? The head teachers here don't sit in their offices. They keep on supervising the work of the school here, outside there, and everywhere. He or she supervises instructional work. He may have around the classroom or the school. However, when you do your supervision in the best way, this might even be construed to be fault-finding. So that when you do your work, you supervise very well. Some, and including our teachers, may even think that you're on a fault-finding mission. But it is your work. I want to say here and now that our head teachers are actually the best, and we shall assist you as Kenya National Union of Teachers through our school representatives to help other teachers realize that the supervisory work of the head teacher is not fault-finding. We were in Burundi last month, and we shared this with the Danish Union of Teachers. The Danish Union of Teachers will sponsor the training of our school representatives in every school in the 8 regions so that they can assist our head teachers in managing of those schools properly and more so in line with supervision. The program was mooted in the FIATU meeting because now Kenya National Union of Teachers has started to actually have international recognition. Our last meeting in Burundi, this was FIATU, Federation of East African Teachers Union. And this is where the training of your school representatives was mooted. The program should start next year. The role of guidance, one other very important role. Beside the head teacher being as a guide in the school, the head teacher is expected to guide the community as well. And I want to state here, National Chairman, that our primary school head teachers have skills in guidance. The skills that they have to guide parents cannot be compared with other heads guiding parents. I've not mentioned. And this is why we are saying that the parents must be brought back to their roles. Let us bring parents back to their roles. And I want to remind you yesterday, the CS said that parents are not even ready to receive their children back for holidays. And it is only 1 week. They are not ready. They are not ready. Why? They want to abdicate the role of taking care of their children in the hands of teachers, and more so, the head teachers. I spoke to the Chairman Parents Association yesterday at length, and we are headed somewhere as Kenya National Union of Teachers. We want to say, to give the parents the role of taking care of their children properly, we must advocate for what is acceptable 85% globally, the idea of day schools, so that parents can take time with their children and actually mold their children with the assistance of the teachers. With the trend of day schools, Director General, our proposal, and this was actually seconded in the National Advisory Council on the 18th of this month, we are saying for the day schools to succeed, for us to control indiscipline properly, grade 7, 8, and 9 should be domiciled in primary schools. Reasons: why must the government spend money in building extra 2 classrooms in secondary schools? Who do you want to occupy the vacant classrooms in primary schools? Do you want those classrooms to be our houses? We have houses as teachers and head teachers, and we come from homes. These 2 classrooms should be utilized here by bringing in grade 7, grade 8, an additional classroom known as grade 9. Our head teachers and teachers in primary schools have the capacity to handle grade 7, grade 8, and grade 9. As we speak here today, more than 85% of head teachers seated here are graduates, and even with master's degrees. Who says that you cannot handle grade 7, grade 8, and grade 9? We can handle these grades maximally. National Chairman, the role in general administration, and I want to conclude with that. We must ensure that the human and material resources of our schools are adequate. Purchases should be made whatever needs in whatever needs that is according to what has been prescribed, so that we don't go wrong. Chairman, it is true, as I conclude on your topic, that our heads have actually suffered. You toil in terms of taking care of the school property and the several roles that I've just mentioned here. And you have always succeeded. The testimony that we heard yesterday, that whenever the CS goes into every school, it is as if he alerted you that he's coming. But the truth of the matter is, he does visit schools randomly without giving any information. I want to thank you for being there in very good time and making sure that the schools are running without a single hitch. I'm done with your topic, Mr. National Chairman. Allow me very briefly to give my statement to the 17th Annual Delegates Conference of KEPSHA. And in 2 minutes, inflation is taking toll on us. True or false? True or false? Life is becoming increasingly unbearable. True or false? And this is to all our beloved teachers, and communities are looking at us not as the best examples for their children to emulate and join this respectful and noble profession, but as a laughing stock. I'm sorry to say so, but I won't apologize. When the rest of the other professionals are living in the current world order, the teacher is surviving due to the stagnated salaries. We appreciate, as Kenya National Union of Teachers, the fact that SRC gave advisory over our poorly performing economy based on the COVID-19 effects that dealt a blow on the whole world. But we must also appreciate that the commodity prices remained at a very unfair level to us, and more so us as teachers. Respecting the fact that we must continue consulting as stakeholders in the sector, we must also look at both sides of the coin. Teachers must take their children to school. True or false? They must also feed well. True or false? Teachers must develop themselves. True or false? And must come to Mombasa as head teachers with a lot of comfort. True or false? Though the Treasury has raised TSC budget, the TSC budget in financial year 2022-2023 budget proposal, the SRC, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, is still telling us that that extra money factored in the ministry's budget is for annual salary increments. That is not our problem. We are not at war with annual salary increments. It is the rights of workers all over the world. We need to open up the discussion on salary hikes, and Teacher Service Commission, I want to mention this before you. We lobbied with Parliament when there was this closure for 2 years for any salary increment. And I want to thank parliamentarians for moving forward very fast and to the point of withdrawing the guidelines for 2 years for discussion of any salary increments. Can we clap for our parliamentarians who went forward and did this? We are now saying that we need to open the discussion on salary hikes for our teachers immediately, and not after the elections of 2022 or before elections of 2022 in August. We don't want to be seen as a group that has a dangled carrot before them. This is the right of every worker. This is the right of every other trade union to negotiate. And we are out here to call upon the employer through the government of this country that we sit back and start negotiations once more, focusing on the increment of our salaries. We have engaged very maturely, and this was confirmed by the CS Education, the chief guest yesterday, that Kenya National Union of Teachers is now operating in a manner that is very accommodative and very mature. I want to say here that our engagement maturely should call upon Teacher Service Commission to listen. We've been very lenient, very understanding. We have followed the guidelines of the SRC to the letter without making any noise when there was that freeze. But this one should not subject our teachers to be beggars in this republic. We are equal citizens with the rest in equal measures. Ladies and gentlemen, every year civil servants get a pay rise to cater for several factors, including the cost of living, and this amount is easy to determine every year. However, this is different from the salary increase through CBAs that we are actually demanding, and that has been frozen for the 2 years, as I said. The Treasury Cabinet Secretary Ukuri Atani has allocated an additional 14.9 billion to the Teacher Service Commission, whose budget has now risen to 296.6 from 281.7 billion this year. TSC will receive an extra 15 billion in the financial year 2022-2023, and we are saying this money should be used away from employment of new teachers. It should be used to augment our salaries as the existing working teachers in this republic. And I wanted to start with the head teachers that I'm addressing here today. Should our proposal go through, the teacher will have a minimum basic salary changing from 27,195 to 35,897 for the B5s. We are aware about the transfers away from the home counties. And we are talking with Teacher Service Commission. These transfers from your home counties, and this is in the code, there should be a compensation straight away. However, the delocalized teachers, and this is the CBA that we signed, the delocalized teachers will enjoy transfer closer to their spouses, according to the CBA. To achieve the family values enshrined in the Constitution, the Commission shall consider transfer requests for married couples to appropriate stations and locations. Existing staffing norms and proof of marriage, among other factors, are issues that must be addressed without investing a lot of time and resource, because they are part of the contents of the CBA. And I want to say here, a teacher cannot cheat. If I'm married, I'm married. If I want to join my spouse, you know why I want to join my spouse. I should not explain here. So some of these things should actually be considered without looking at a lot of time to get reasons here and there. In compliance with Regulation 48 of the Code of Regulation for Teachers, and also the Teacher Service Commission Act 2012, And with a view to enhance and maintain high performance standards, we have the issue of the TPD. I want to say here, without mincing an outer of word, TPD and training is not the issue with the teachers. The issue is how teachers are paying for the TPD. That is a big issue. No teacher can actually say no to learning. After all, we learn without even being told to learn. And that is on a daily basis. We now insist here, and I'm sure Dr. Ndamburi is listening, it was our proposal. Can we look at how the Commission will find a way of cushioning teachers in the payment of the courses, so that these teachers can have some breathing space? You know too well that the CBA was cashless. Not a single cent was received from the CBA that we signed. And we are moving a way forward to have us receive something. When we have our teachers again paying, and we don't seem to look at these issues that we are raising, these teachers feel that they are being robbed of the little that they are putting into their pockets. And I'll urge Teacher Service Commission as we sit, because we are talking partners as we speak. We don't talk at each other. We have developed a strategy of talking with each other. I know and I believe we shall talk with Teacher Service Commission and something good shall be in the offing. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate Teacher Service Commission in the commitment to have themselves recognize exemplary teachers with a view of rewarding them accordingly. We support this because it shall go a long way in ensuring that hard work is recognized and appreciated. The areas include excellence in national examinations, sports, theater, institutional management, where you are leaders now, innovation, research, and advocacy, among others. As we thank you as head teachers for working tirelessly to lead our teachers in the various schools that you come from, I want to call upon Teacher Service Commission, this employer that we all respect, to give these teachers a new year by just inviting Kenya National Union of Teachers for a sitting to review the salaries of the teachers seated here. Because the last CBA is known to all and sundry. It was a cashless CBA. I'm sure with the approach that we are using, and I hope you can all see my approach, I've not banged any table. I've not even shouted to the top of my voice. I've not pointed fingers. With this kind of approach with the employer, I'm sure the employer, Dr. Ndamburi, you will not let us down. And we are coming, ladies and gentlemen, so that we speak and get ourselves out there. Thank you, National Chairman KEPSHA, for giving us this opportunity in your calendar of events. May God bless all teachers in this republic that are represented here by head teachers who are seated here today and got a chance to hear me. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. And before I leave the podium, allow me to inform all delegates here that Kenya National Union of Teachers has pitched a tent outside here. Please visit our tent for more information about Kenya National Union of Teachers. As you sit here, we say, and this must be taken very sincerely, with the Labor Relations Act, all of us are free to join a union of our choice. As a worker, you can join the trade union for your own protection. I want to say now as we speak, heads are contributors to Kenya National Union of Teachers. And we are coming out strongly to engage you even more effectively so that you become strong members and even leaders in this great union. Asanteni sana. Thank you so much and be blessed.
Yeah, we are giving a token of appreciation to our secretary, General.
Thank you very much, Bwana Oyu. Ladies and gentlemen, before I invite our employer, may I recognize and appreciate our other guests who has walked in as the SG was talking to us. And this is none other than our brother in the Brother Association, Brother Kahi Indimuli, who is the National Chairman, Kenya Secondary Schools Principals Association, and also the President of Africa Principals Association, and also a member of the International Principals Association. Kai Indimuli, karibu sana kuwa nasi. Thank you. Now, I would like to kindly request that we put our hands together to welcome Dr. Ndaburi, who has been with us here since yesterday, to have a chance to talk to us. Put our hands together. Let's welcome Dr. Ndaburi. Karibu, Daktari.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair KEPSHA. Ladies and gentlemen, and good afternoon. I'm not the one who is going to be discussing the topic of today. I think since morning we have been having the men talking. I'll be having already discussing the topic this afternoon. Our topic that we have been given is ensuring quality education, addressing teachers' capacity, and staffing challenges and mentorship. And before I invite our Deputy Director, Staffing, Madam Antonina, I want to request that I recognize the TSC staff that are with us this afternoon. The TSC staff in the field, our county directors, our regional directors, kindly appreciate them this afternoon. And thank you, thank you. And I want to say that on behalf of our CEO, Teacher Service Commission, we are grateful, Chairman, for being invited for this meeting and given a topic to share. And tomorrow we are inviting all of you for the closing ceremony, where our new chair of the commission will be closing the tomorrow's session. And thank you, NAT Secretary, for the issues that you have shared. We have heard, and we will convey. Thank you. And with that, let's put our hands together as we invite Antonina and to Johnny to continue from there. Thank you.
The Ministry of Education officials present, my colleagues from the Teacher Service Commission present, the NAT leadership, the national delegates, the head teachers of this country, and all the invited guests, good afternoon. My name is Antonina Dentojoni, the Deputy Director in charge of staffing at the TSC headquarters. On behalf of the Commission Secretary, Teacher Service Commission, I, Dr. Nancy Macharia, am delighted to be here today to present a topic that was given to us to share with you. But before I embark on the topic, I have one message from Dr. Nancy Macharia, that is the TSC Commission Secretary. She takes pride in you, the head teachers of this country, for the critical role you play in managing the primary schools. Despite the difficult times that are there, she really appreciates the commitment and the dedication you have as a whole. Am I heard? You are trusted. And I repeat, you are trusted. And she appreciates and takes pride in everything you do as the heads of schools. So today, the topic we've been given as TSC to present is ensuring quality education. That is the topic. But specifically, this is addressing teacher capacity, mentorship, and staffing challenges. How does this lead to quality education in Kenya? Ladies and gentlemen, quality education helps learners realize their full potential. This is what leads to fulfilling lives. They help them live life to the fullest. This is what every parent deserves. And this is in the heart of every concerned citizen in this country. An objective of any education system, to have quality education. This is very vital. Quality education is very vital. But on top of it all, and this is what evidence has, that the quality of education system is as good as its teachers. Can I repeat? The quality of education system is only as good as the quality of its teachers. And the education system improves when teachers are supported. I'm not saying that the only determinant of quality education is a teacher. That is not the only determinant. The curriculum designs must be right. The learning environment must be right. The assessment strategies, either formative or summative, must be right. The resources must be adequate. But on top of it all is the quality teacher. You may not have a quality education or even learning without teaching. That is the top determinant of quality education. Teachers must be supported to be quality. The reason why we are standing here today to share with you what the Teacher Service Commission has done to step up efforts in improving the teacher capacity for quality education. The Commission has done much and is keeping trying to ensure that it steps up efforts to improve the capacity of teachers. I'm going to highlight the different initiatives the Commission has done to support teachers in improving their capacity. And to begin with, I wish to tell this congregation that quality education is a strategic priority for the Teacher Service Commission. It is entrenched in the Strategic Plan 2019-2023, meaning it is a priority with the Teacher Service Commission to ensure that we have knowledgeable teacher. A teacher who is competent to deliver the curriculum that is therein. A reflective teacher, a professional teacher. That is the aim of the Teacher Service Commission. For learning to take place, we must have a competent teacher, a teacher who is knowledgeable, either with the content, the subject content, or even the delivery itself. That is what the Commission has put as a strategic focus area in its strategic plan to improve the capacity of teachers. Just to highlight a few, one of the initiatives to ensure that we have a quality teacher from the onset, and taking into cognizance the Constitution of Kenya, the Commission has raised the entry requirements for the teaching profession. What I'm saying, for you to have the right people on the job, you have to have the right profession or the right people in the profession. It's you to dictate the kind of people you need. The reason why the Commission has set and has raised the entry requirements to the teaching profession. For one now, the entrance of the secondary education now stands at a C+ mean grade, a C+ in the 2 teaching subjects. Have the right people on the job, on the profession, for you to be assured of quality. The entrance to diploma primary teacher education program right now stands at the C plane and the C plane in the cluster subjects. I know we are not popular in this, but the reason is to ensure that you have the right people in the profession. These are people with ability to learn the subject content. People with the mastery of a subject. If you are told that you must have a C+ in mathematics, a C in maths for the sake of primary, this is, you are assured of a person with ability, of a person having the mastery or the subject mastery. A person who can be taught to have pedagogical skills. So to be sure of a quality education, or to ensure quality of education, we have to have the right people in the profession. Have them right, and you'll be assured that every other thing will sail. That is the first initiative the Commission has done to ensure that there is quality education in this country. Number 2, to address the capacity of our teachers, the Commission has provided classroom experience through internships. Since 2020, the Commission institutionalized the internship programs. This is a 1-year contract for all newly qualified teachers who are to be in the profession. These teachers are given classroom experience. Experience is the best teacher. This is where newly qualified teachers get 1 year supervised teaching. This is where they are guided or they get job support for better placement in the markets. By so doing, we do promote practical experience that sharpen the skills, the knowledge, and attitude of the teachers. So the kind of teachers you'll be receiving are teachers not directly from the colleges, but people who have gone through a 1-year supervised mentorship, who have been given or whose gaps have been addressed by the experiences they have in schools. This is one of the best practices even in other countries, so that you have teachers who have sharpened or who have been supported and gaps filled or addressed using internship programs. That is the second initiative the Commission has undertaken and will continue to undertake. So to date, the Commission has trained or engaged almost 28,300 interns. That means in 2020, we had 10,300 interns. 2021, we had 12,000 interns. Then in the next year, come January, 6,000 will report in different schools in this country. All this is to ensure that we have a quality teacher. Every child deserves a quality teacher. It doesn't matter where the child grows. Whether a child grows in Lodwar, a child grows in Westlands, all of them deserve a quality teacher. Third initiative that the Commission has undertaken to ensure quality and to address the capacity of our teachers, it has come up with capacity building programs, that is the INSETs, where our teachers get support during their careers. And one of them, because I'm told the time is over, you all know of CBC. You all know of the school-based teacher support systems and the school-based teachers programs in primary schools, where up to now, the Commission, together with the Ministry of Education, has trained over 229,000 teachers in CBC and trained over 22,000 teachers, secondary school teachers, in school-based teacher support system programs in secondary school, in English, mathematics, science, and over 65,000 teachers for the primary school teachers. This is the targeting the mathematics teachers. The second thing where the Commission has done in order to promote the quality of a teacher is it has rolled out the teacher professional development programs. The teaching world is changing. There are many challenges. There are new emerging issues that are there. So the TPD programs that have rolled out, where the 5 or the 4 accredited institutions of higher learning have been identified. That is the Mount Kenya University, the Kenyatta University, Riara University, and the KEMI. They started their online capacity building of all teachers, all registered teachers, whether they are in posts or not. All of them go through these capacity building programs. Main reason is just to ensure that our teachers are capacity built for the sake of ensuring that there is quality education. Another initiative the Commission has taken or has done is that in all public education institutions, the Commission has now institutionalized mentorship and coaching programs. Long gone are days when a teacher gets into a school and you start teaching. Long gone are the days when you are promoted to be a deputy head teacher and you just go and learn through experience. Long gone are you appointed a head teacher and directly you are in class or in school heading a school, learning through experience. Here we are, institutionalize the mentorship and coaching program, where we have some targeted groups, either newly recruited teachers, newly appointed administrators, or teachers with professional gaps going through mentorship programs. Gaps are identified. If it's a newly recruited teacher, they are paired with an experienced teacher to be shown what teaching is. They work with the teacher until they are ready to teach. That is another initiative. What? In the topic also, we were told, for the sake of ensuring quality, what is the teacher service doing in addressing the staffing challenges that are there? For you to have quality education, have teachers in classrooms. Have teachers in classrooms. You'll be assured of teachers or quality teaching. So what the commission has done, because the teacher shortages is just growing, the commission has tried to make up the shortfall to address the staffing challenges. The challenges or the staffing challenges are all over there, but we can't sit as the commission just to wait for the government to give us funds to recruit additional teachers to fill the shortages that are there. Fine. The commission has kept on lobbying for more funds to recruit additional teachers. Despite the pandemic, despite the challenges that were there, we need to thank the government for having given us continuously funds to recruit 5,000 additional teachers yearly. And we'll keep on lobbying for the funds to ensure that we have enough teachers in the classroom for the sake of the quality teaching or quality learning. Number two, using the teacher internship, the teacher shortages have really been addressed. Not really fully addressed, but it is giving us value. So we'll keep on lobbying for more funds to ensure that we have teacher interns. Then another strategy is that as teachers exit service, the commission promptly replace them through recruitment of teachers exiting service. By so doing, we ensure that the complement of these teachers remain, so the teacher shortages are addressed. Then the commission is also continuously rationalizing and balancing teachers across schools with the aim of equitable distribution. Lastly, the commission now has initiated the process of alternative modes of curriculum delivery. A case in point is the remote learning in public learning institutions. You all know what remote learning is, and this is an initiative where the World Bank has sponsored. And to date, we have virtual classrooms where live streaming lessons are being undertaken. 2 principal schools have been identified, and 10 satellite schools have been identified as well, meaning that a teacher in Alliance Boys can comfortably teach learners in Lamu, can comfortably teach learners in Mandera and Wajir. This is remote learning. Apart from the online platforms of having the Microsoft Teams, the Google, the Zooms, where over 163 teachers have been trained, live streaming lessons are being piloted for the sake of addressing teacher shortage. All right? Are you still there? Thank you for your patience. I'm told my time is over, but we wish to thank you all as teachers, and we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Thank you so much, our Employer Teacher Service Commission. Now I know the sugar levels are running down. We are only having 2 sessions to go, which are very short. Please, the head teachers who are outside, come back in so that we can finish together. At this point, I'm welcoming the panelists. The panelists, headed by moderator Mr. Irugu Haston, Executive Director, Amnesty International Kenya. Please, the stage is yours. The other panelists are Dr. Morris Ododo. Take your seat, please, from the Director, Kenya Education Management Institute. Mr. Cheva, I think represented by Eileen, that is KEPSHA National Treasurer. Mr. Idi Murikahi, National Chairman, Kenya Secondary School Head Teachers Association, and Mr. Nicholas Mayo, National Chairman, National Parents Association. Please take your seat for a panel discussion under the topic of the role of head teachers and school management in managing crisis.
Kindly head teachers, as the panel takes their seat, I'm humbly requesting you to be patient enough because we are almost concluding the business of the day. I'm kindly appealing to you to be patient enough so that we clear with today's program. I'm also appealing to those who are outside to be inside so that you can get this discussion inside the hall. Those who are outside the hall, I wish to appeal to you, if you can't get it clearly, this is the place to be. Come inside the hall, let's follow this discussion together. You know, you've been told the very, very resourceful people who are ready to discuss this very important topic, led by Mr. Irungu Houghton, who is the Executive Director, Amnesty International Kenya. Irungu, we appreciate your being here. Dr. Maurice Odondo, most welcome. This is the Director, Kenya Education Management Institute. Mr. Idi Murikahi is here with us, a very resourceful brother of ours. Mr. Nicholas Arap Mayo, who is the National Chairman, Parents Association, is here. Most welcome. And one of our own, Madam Hairim Yaile, is here with us. Members, let's be together and give them and hearing. Karibu, Austin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. The voice of head teachers in our schools is always very visible and very powerful. Let me just try that again. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Excellent. My name is Irongo Houghton. I last came before you to protect public schools. Looking back at that moment, it is so encouraging to know that 14,000 schools now have their title deeds, and that the leadership of head teachers, the leadership of the lands ministry, and the leadership of the Shule Yangu Alliance that I used to work for has been instrumental in doing that. So just to congratulate you again before we turn to our topic this morning. I now serve Amnesty International Kenya as the Executive Director. For about 6 months this year, my family pressed me to vaccinate. I refused. And I stated at the time that I was not going to vaccinate until there were enough vaccines for all the teachers in the Republic of Kenya. That there would be enough vaccines for all the doctors and health workers in the Republic of Kenya. That there would be enough vaccines for all the police officers that serve us daily and during the night to keep us safe, but that I would not vaccinate until that happened. Fortunately, the vaccines, 23 million vaccines are now within the country, and we now have the capacity to keep everybody safe by vaccination. As Amnesty International, we say that everybody must vaccinate. We believe in universal vaccination, but vaccination cannot be compulsive. It cannot be coerced. It must remain voluntary, and it must remain a choice that people make, being fully informed on what are the consequences of vaccinating. As the Secretary General for KNUT has said, Collins Oyo, this season has been very difficult for you as head teachers. But I celebrate your courage to continue to keep our schools open, to continue to keep our children and our teachers safe from this horrible, miserable virus, but also to keep learning going in a very difficult time. So it gives me very great pleasure over the next 1 hour to turn our attention to a very important topic. And that topic is the following. What is the role of head teachers and school managers in managing crises in the light of the 14 guidelines that were released at the beginning of December by the Principal Secretary? And as you have heard, we have a brilliant, excellent panel to be able to take us through that conversation. We are going to live tweet and post for those of you who are digital citizens, or we call yourselves netizens. We are using the hashtag #KEPSHA Conference 2021. #KEPSHA Conference 2021. So please share this with your colleagues, with your teachers. Let us keep the ecosystem of teaching together in this period. Allow me to just start with a couple of framing comments. The complexity of the challenge of education today cannot be dealt with by only dealing, or rather focusing on a single actor. It is neither parents, nor teachers, nor students that can fix the challenges and the crises facing our country. We require head teachers to be able to organize the ecosystem, to be able to deal with the challenges that are there. And head teachers will always, I think somebody said it earlier, let us not assume that head teachers are stupid, that they are not responsible, that they are not professional enough to deal not just with the management of schools, but the management of the communities within which our students are coming from. So allow me just to turn very quickly to an exercise that I will ask you to do. If you can please take your smartphone out of your pocket. If you can turn to a gadget and go either to the KEPSHA or to the Amnesty Facebook page. And I believe on our screens in front of us now, you will see a link. The link is bit.ly/3SFHNUZ. Please go to the Amnesty Facebook page or to our Twitter account, and I'm going to ask you to do a rapid live poll. We are going to do a survey very quickly. It will be anonymous, but it will generate some data for the panel to be able to deal with. Now I realize for the panel, you may also need to go to if you can also go to the YouTube page that you will find that is broadcasting this conference live to 47 million Kenyans, should they want to watch us. So I'll ask the panelists to go to the YouTube page, and you can also, if you go to the YouTube page, you can find the link there. Please, for those of you who are following us, start completing that exercise. It is just 6 to 7 questions, and it will give us data that we are able to use in the conversation that we are having. So once again, a live poll on the YouTube channel that you can find under KEPSHA 2021 conference. And we'll take just a few minutes to complete that exercise. Make sure you go to the live link for the conference and you are not following yesterday's conference proceedings. So the YouTube link is live. You can click on it and hopefully, or retype it, and you should be able to join the live poll. Let me just check by show of hands, not the hand you're using to type, the other one. If I can just ask you by show of hands, have you found the link and are you at the poll? Please raise your hand. Okay. Please look up at people, look at your colleagues. Those are now your resource persons. Request them for assistance. Okay, I'm told head teachers are highly digital these days. They are not monologue. Or what is the other one? Analog. We are neither monologue nor analog. Okay, once again, if you can just raise your hands, those of you who've been able to reach the link, or your legs, if that is easier for you. Okay, good. Let me just check something, because there are very few hands going up. If you have a pulse, if your heart is beating, please raise your hand. Okay, now I think we need to call mortuary attendants. Please raise your hands if you have a pulse, if your heart is beating. Hallelujah, I was getting very scared. This is what you call ghost head teachers. Okay, let's take a few minutes. Just 6 questions. Of course, my panel and the people behind me, you can also fill out the exercise. And we can proceed. So once again, it is bit.ly/3SFHNUZ. If you're having difficulties pressing it, you can also just copy it from the screen that is in front of you. We'll just take 2 to 3 minutes, and then we will begin the panel. For those of you that are almost finished the poll, allow me just to set a context for our conversation. For the rest of you, we can continue, and then we will start in a few minutes. On the 2nd of December, the Principal Secretary for Education released 14 guidelines. I'm sure most of you have seen them. The 14 guidelines sought to criminalize school unrest and violence. It required head teachers and deputies to reside in schools, for those of you who are in boarding schools. It also required all teachers to be registered by the Teacher Service Commission. It also encouraged and emphasized counseling and mental health coaching for students and teachers that required it. It also emphasized extracurricular activities or co-curricular activities, both sports and the acceleration or the expansion of school clubs, in particular those clubs that encourage tolerance, diversity, and non-violence. The guidelines were in line with the Basic Education Act of 2013, and therefore we did not see the reintroduction of corporal punishment. So corporal punishment still remains outlawed and illegal under our laws. But these 14 guidelines were intended to support head teachers to be able to manage the schools in 2022. So this is the context for the discussion. So I'm going to propose that we immediately start with the poll findings. Allow me to just leave the stage for a minute and just see whether this will work. And if not, we will just start with the panel. Testing. Okay, if I can ask the technicians to take us to the results of the polls. Let's see whether we have enough results to declare as the... Okay, I think we have 4 responses. That is not statistically strong enough for us to be able to proceed with this. So those of you who are still entering your responses, please let me ask you to do that. Should I send airtime? Bundles? Do we need Safaricom to give us new phones? Raise your hands if you'd like airtime or a new phone. Okay, I'm just testing you a little bit there. Okay, we have very few. If we can go back up to the front, we still have only 4 responses. So this is what the IEBC would be dreading on August the 9th, 2022, which is a very, very low voter turnout. I hope this is not the way the elections are going. As head teachers, you are the pulse of the nation always. Okay, so what we're going to do, I think, is we're going to start with the panel because we have limited time. And the panel is ready. For those of you who are still completing the poll, please do that. And we will revert to the poll towards the end. So I'm going to move straight to the questions to the panelists, and we will give them 2 minutes to respond, 3 or 4 responses. And then we will create some space on both sides to either be left or right. We will invite 3 to 6 participants if they would like to make a comment or to ask a question. The last time I did this, the typical response by head teachers was to say, I would like to ask a question, and then they made a comment. Those ones we call comments. They are comments that are hidden behind questions. You can make either a question, a comment, or a comment. So we will give you a moment to do that. So prepare yourselves if you want to ask questions of the panel, or if you want to also make a short intervention. So the first question that we're going to ask the panel to deal with, and I will ask the panel to basically start with the question that I think we are all wanting to know is how prepared, in your view, how prepared are the schools to be able to implement the 14 guidelines or to be able to address the issue of unrest in our schools? And I'm going to ask Dean to go first, and then we will come to our colleagues before we come to the KEPSHA chairperson.
Thank you so much, our moderator.
My name is Irene, as he said. I would say that I have been looking at the guidelines from the Ministry of Education, and I would really wish to say that the schools are ready for this. This is just but a reminder of what we are supposed to be doing, only that you find that there are several gaps since we have not been doing what we are expected to do. But to my very honest opinion is that the schools are ready to implement this.
So we'll come back to this question. I'll ask Dr. Maurice Odondo to also look at the question, what key learning gaps and training or even infrastructural needs do you think head teachers might require to localize the 14 guidelines?
Thank you very much. My name is Maurice Odondo, Director KEMI. Indeed, we appreciate the guidelines provided. And these guidelines speak to key legal frameworks and policies, and of course, which the education leaders are much conversant with and we are ready to implement. However, in terms of preparation, I would highlight 1 or 2, 3 concerns that we really need to fix as we implement these important guidelines. On matters crisis and disaster management, it is important that we re-emphasize on capacity building our leadership, and in terms of taking care of the school-based teams, focusing on the operationalization of crisis programs implementation in our institutions of learning. That is a key issue which is quite pertinent. And again, on the aspect of engaging with the community and alcohol and drug abuse and many other issues, it is important to focus on pertinent and contemporary issues. These issues will need to come in quite prominently in our capacity building programs with the leadership of our institution of learning. And this will prepare them and prepare our teachers in a more robust way to address those gaps. Of course, moving forward on guidance and counseling as an aspect which has been noted in these guidelines, there is need to put a lot of emphasis on retooling our teachers in our institution of learning and ensuring that a key gap on teacher placement is addressed. A scenario whereby each and every school at least has a guidance and counseling teacher to help us streamline the issues which emanate from matters crisis management in our institutions of learning. And even going further into positive discipline and operationalizing school discipline procedures, it is important to bring on board our school boards of management, the leadership, training them in a more coherent manner and ensuring that all our school discipline procedures speak and are in sync with the legal provisions of the country, so as to be able to address this discipline matters in a more focused way, in a more sharp and targeted way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maurice. Let me ask the KEPSHA National Chairperson, this is Indimuli Kabi, if he can also comment from a secondary school perspective. What is needed to be able to create the capacity and the, I guess, the resourcefulness within our schools to be able to implement these 14 guidelines?
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to appreciate the organizers for inviting me to this panel, and this is a very important topic. And number two, first is to appreciate all head teachers and principals of this nation who have ensured that learning has continued despite the challenge that we had. Mr. Moderator, there's a lot I may need to talk on this. Time may not just allow. But one, we would say that issues of discipline in our schools cannot be overlooked. And it's not something that we are going to put only to the principals, teachers, and parents. This is a national concern. And I want to use this platform to say we must have a national dialogue to discuss indiscipline issues in our school. We must begin by looking at the policy guidelines that we have, issues on the Education Act. We know very well that the Education Act empowers the cabinet secretary to ensure that every school-going child is in school. So even when we try to operationalize the school rules and bring in the board of management to make certain decisions, if they decide to isolate this child, the Act will not allow. This child will be taken out, he will move to the next level, up to the CS level. You will be given a note telling you that readmit unconditionally. So unless we begin by changing the laws, it will be very difficult to deal with some wayward students. Number two, issues of institutions, the Boston institutions that we had, that would then allow a child to continue learning and at the same time certain disciplinary guidelines are given to this child. Those institutions are not there. And if you look at the Education Act, the CS, even in the Children's Act, there is supposed to be establishment of such institutions. I would ask ourselves, how many such institutions do we have in Kenya that we head teachers and principals can commit students to for corrective measures? Issues of guidance and counseling. We are aware that the teachers that we have in our schools performing this function are also having a teaching load. And I'm sure, and that's why I'm saying some of these things really require national dialogue. Our employer employs a teacher first to teach a certain subject. In primary, you know the number of subjects they teach. In secondary, they have 2 teaching subjects. And then we load them with an extra responsibility, but with a maximum teaching load. So where is the time that this teacher will also have time to guide and counsel the children effectively? Our request and our proposal has been, which Teacher Service Commission really agrees with us, that the teaching load for such teachers should be lowered. But when it is lowered, there must be somebody who will be able to take up that job. And for somebody to take up that job, more teachers must be employed. For more teachers to be employed, the Exchequer must release more funds to the Commission. For the Exchequer to release more funds to the Commission, Parliament must come in and pass certain laws. And that's why I'm saying it needs a national dialogue on this. Issues of involving students in co-curricular activities is very important because switch off this. The co-curricular activities, as you are aware, when COVID came in, we suspended most of these activities. So we remained with the internal ones only. But these are not enough to make the students expend all the energies that they have. Our appeal has been, can we resume our inter-school co-curricular competitions? Because this allows the students, pupils, to, as they compete with the others, even if they lost, they have at least used a part of their energies that they would be thinking of something wayward. The parents too must come in here and come in very strongly. That issues of discipline, in addition to what the teachers can do, it must begin from home. We must, the child must be told what is wrong, what is right, and how even to appreciate something small that is done to them. How many of our children today will even say thank you? And this begins from home. How many of our children today will ask, excuse me, when they want to talk to you? They'll just come and start talking to you. This is etiquette that begins from home. So that when it comes to school, our responsibilities as teachers is simply to use the laws that are there and the teaching that we've been given to assist them grow. So, Mr. Moderator, there are quite a number of issues that I'll be sharing as we move on, but that's just a nutshell. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those great remarks. So I think we are turning now very much to the conversation around parents as well, and I think it would be useful to just have a comment from our representative, I guess, from the Kenya National Parents Association, and that is the national chairperson, Nicholas Mayo. Let me just invite you to say a few words. Do we have an extra mic? Oh, it's there. And maybe we can spray it as we go along.
Thank you so much, moderator. On behalf of the parents of this country, we are thankful for the invitation we had to come to KEPSHA conference. I will share about 3 points that we investigated as parents. And out of 22,140 primary schools we have in Kenya, the rest 10,014 secondary schools. 25% are boarding, and the school unrest we had, about now 52 schools. From our end, we found out that there are various reasons why it happened. And the biggest leading is the stress of teachers. And as parents of this country, we are saying, if there's a way we can reduce the stress teachers have, we are for it, especially on computation. We are wondering, my child is in standard 8 in a day school, is given 1,420, and immediately next year he joins a high school, he's given 22,240. Why? What is the difference? This child is in standard 8, given 1,400 computation. Immediately next year he goes to Form 1 in the same compound, still a day scholar. He comes home. I feed him when he comes home. He goes to school like he did when he was in primary. He's given 22,000. What has changed? Number 2 is on open communication. We found out that our learners, especially of this 21st century, they need a lot of open communication. When teachers have good relationship with our learners, and teachers also have good relationship with the parents, if we had parents-teachers conferences, we will improve. So what I'm saying is we don't have proper engagement with the parents. Almost the 22,140 primary schools we are talking about, we found out that only 17% of those schools engage parents fully. And the schools that engage parents fully don't have a problem. Simply because under the Basic Education Act, we have our functions as parents, and the ones they share with our teachers, we don't have any problem. Number 1, functions of parents is maintain good working relationship between teachers and parents. If we maintain that, we don't have any problems. Number 2, discuss, explore, and advise parents on ways to raise funds for the physical development and maintenance. If we engage parents, we will not have any problem of infrastructure. Because the ministry says, if you agree, you just seek for approval, and you are ready to go. Number 3 is explore ways to motivate teachers and pupils to improve their performance in academic and co-curricular activities. Our worry, Mr. Moderator, is if teachers are stressed, they will transfer that stress to our children. That is our worry as parents. So because we don't want the stress to come to our children, we would rather support teachers and have a conducive environment for them so that they can work for our children. Number 4 is discuss and recommend charges to be levied on pupils or parents. On levies, if you discuss with your parents in the school and agree and seek approval from the sub-county, the county, in the nation, we will not have any problem. And we, before, we now have about 3 schools. They have had the approval of building another dormitory. That is a school in Nakuru. An approval was made last week. So because we are dealing with primary school now, I would add number 5, which says we also need to assist the school's management in monitoring, guidance, and counseling and disciplining of the pupils. I know corporal punishment has been outlawed, but from us as parents, we sometimes beat them, our children, when they are at home. And nobody will tell somebody that I beat my child yesterday, or my wife did that. And I know it's happening all over in our families. So why is it that our recommendation is, why is it that the policemen are carrying guns around and have not shot anybody? Why would our teachers carry canes around, moving from class to class? Because my grade 4 child will fear when she sees that this teacher is carrying a cane. And that cane is not to be, to be used to beat the children, but to show them, just like the policemen are doing. Policemen are carrying guns all over. But we have not seen them shooting the civilians around. So thank you so very much for those few remarks.
Thank you. So we're going to open up a little bit, but I'm going to invite people who would like to make a comment or to ask a question or to make a comment to just come to the front here. We'll make sure that microphones are made available to you. I am told that we have some findings, so let's just see whether we can have those findings up on the screens. And for those of you on the panel, maybe you can check your YouTube. So technicians, if you can move from the cameras to the PowerPoint. Okay, and maybe open it. I think I can see it from here. So there were a number of questions that we asked. We have still very few responses. This will not win a national election, but for the purposes of this conversation, it is still useful. So one of the first questions we asked was, on a scale of 1 to 10, how does your institution understand human rights? And we see 8. I think that's 7 out of 8 is the understanding. 8 out of 10 is the importance of peace and human rights clubs in in managing conflict in schools. Fourth question is, what are the causes of unrest? And we gave a number of options there, and the options are actually too blurred for me to be able to read, so allow me to come down to where you are. But for those of you who are on the screen, I'm sure you can see those. Yeah, this one looks a bit like KTN. Okay, so the causes of school unrest, according to the people who have completed the exercise, they say that self-rule and regulations are which are almost not flexible, so they remain inflexible. The inflexibility of rules and regulations in schools. Drug abuse is a big issue. The lack of corporal punishment, so some people would still want to revisit the issue of caning students. The curriculum, has been mentioned by the panel, is stressful. Let's go to the number 5 responses. This is an interesting one. Do you support the call for the reintroduction of corporal punishment in schools? And the largest category said they agree moderately, with a group saying that they agree strongly, and that overwhelmingly, for those that completed the exercise, they would support the call for the reintroduction of corporal punishment. Let's go to the 6th question. This question was, what are some of the proposed solutions to reduce school unrest? And which solution would have the greatest impact? So from what I can see, the first choice is counseling and guidance. followed by the engagement, the principals engage loyal students to provide information to the school administration. So enlist the role of students to do this. That the school administration speaks publicly in favor of programs, peace and harmony programs. Fourthly, all schools start peace clubs or peace programs. Fifthly, that the selection of prefects in our schools should be guided so that leadership emerges. Let's go to the seventh one. So this question gave opportunities for people to propose additional solutions. And I think the one that is new here is really how do you create a student-friendly and flexible environment for students. The eighth question was really the question we have begun to focus on as a panel. Are schools equipped to implement these policies? 24% say that schools are not. 24% says that they are somewhat equipped, and only 1 says that they are very equipped. Let's go to the 9th response. What are the challenges that schools will face in implementing proposed solutions? The lack of mentorship and coaching, the lack of finances. These are the major changes that seem to have come through on that question. The 10th response is, what intervention will be most effective in supporting teachers to implement the new guidelines? And in order of the interventions that are being proposed, technical capacity to establish peace and human rights clubs. Secondly, mentorship. Thirdly, capacity building for teachers on how to develop those clubs. So this seems to be the big intervention that people would like support. Financial resources is another important intervention, so increasing, as we say, capitation for schools. And I think the specific responses are consistent with that. The last question was this: what support could be given to schools to establish peace and human rights clubs? And the responses are essentially mentorship and coaching, parental involvement, and capacity building. So these are the major findings. So I'm going to go back to the panel in a minute, but let me just check whether there is anybody in the audience who would like to make a comment or to ask a question before we go back to the panel. If you do, please raise your hand and come to the front. We'll take your comments and questions before we come to the panel and we close. Okay, move, if you can, closer to the front. I think we have one. Okay, good. Okay. So I'm not sure which one is the Kipchoge Keno and which one is the head teacher. If you can share your name, your school, and your question or comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm Milka Owerenyaga, the head teacher, Sheikongo Primary School in Mbeere North, the women representative. Mr. Indimuli, I'm very happy with what you have said. But I tend to feel something should be done concerning the school leaving certificates. Remember, we are the people who handle these young ones. And from the beginning, we can be able to tell about their behavior. So if really we can be used as the head teachers, whereby we come with a comprehensive leaving school certificate that is confidential, I'm sure we can be able to arrest some of the things that we are seeing. Secondly, I would also like to say we are somehow stressed. I don't know what we are going to do. Personally, I'm very happy with the CBC because I've taught even class 2 for a whole year. So I know what I'm talking about. But then with the KCP classes, I think you need also, Mr. Ndimuli, to fight to see how we can withdraw the mean score aspect. Because in every institution, we are telling the children, you must get this mark. Because everybody is looking at me because I don't want to be ranked as the last. So you always find we are actually stressing the teachers, we are stressing the pupils, everybody is in a stress mood, and finally, the child has a problem. and the child will react back by doing the funny things that are there. So please, can we also be assisted? Stop ranking, do away with it, and the children will be comfortable. The way the CBC kids are enjoying. Personally, I have 2 institutions in my school, the CBC and the KCP. When it comes to rewarding the CBC, you get a present. Everybody is a winner. KCP, something needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I did not want to interrupt you. Let me just check if there's anybody else who would like to make a comment before we turn back to the panel. Yes, we have one here. Again, name, and...
Thank you very much. I'm Charles Okongo Mumi from Homa Bay County, Rachuonyo North, Sub-County Chair, Head Teachers at Rachuonyo level. I want to put a question on a very important issue. And as the facilitators were here, they were talking about the involvement of the parents in the CBC. But there is a big gap that has not been addressed yet, the techno-literacy of the parents. Because the parents are supposed to come in to support their children with the digital related issues. How do you get about the techno-literacy of the parents so that they actively involve in the CP implementation? Because a big number of our parents are not techno-literacy compliant. How do you go about this? Can we do something to bring them on board so that when we involve our children with suburb work related to digital issues, they can handle competently? That is one area that I feel is very important. You are talking about the shaping of the child. The moral structure of the child shaping is a concern in Kenya and is not on our children only. Even those who are supposed to be role model have failed to be role model. And this is a question that this nation should take up collectively to ensure our moral structure is put on gear and is seriously painted positively on the picture of our nation. If this is not done, even if we are struggling with the moral structure of our children, we will not get it. I think all of us leaders should come up and support this at every level. We cannot live to please children at the school level by giving them activity to undertake. But remember, the drug abuse is there. And how do we come in to control the drug abuse? Parents have left everything in the hand of the teachers. The teacher is a parent, the teacher is a teacher, and the parents are not taking any active part to put them on toes in terms of moral behavior. So this is a real question, and leaders must come in with the speed and accuracy to rescue the situation.
Thank you very much. Okay, due to time, we'll take just those 2 questions and comments, and I'll come back to the panel. We'll take the responses, and I'll invite my panelists to keep their comments to 1 or 2 minutes. And for those that have been specifically asked questions, to address them. I believe Bwana Ndimuli, you have questions, and I think also Nicholas as well, you have questions. But of course, panelists, feel free to engage either with the survey, the quick rapid survey that we have done, or the comments that have been raised, and then we will close this panel. So we'll start with, if I can ask Irene Tiale to start. Any questions or responses? Any reflections from the focus of anybody's comments that have come so far?
Okay, thank you so much, our moderator. I just wish to say that this is very healthy conversation that is taking place between us. Very healthy information that we are getting from all of us. And as I said at the beginning, is that there's nothing new about the regulations that we have received from the Ministry of Education. These are things, normal things that we do in our institutions, and I feel that this is just a reminder of what we are supposed to do. When we talk of the board members being involved in the formulation of school rules and regulations and the school community, I think those are just common things that we have been doing. And therefore, we just need to re-emphasize so that those who have forgotten can start doing that. When we say that we need to operationalize the use of guidance and counseling panels in our schools, this is where I find a bit of a challenge in the sense that most of our teachers are not trained in guidance and counseling. Mostly we look at our staff members who is older in the profession, and that is the person we give that responsibility. Age does not necessarily mean that you can be the best guidance and counselor in that school, but I would prefer that we train all our teachers, because at one level or the other, you are indulging with the children and you need to guide and counsel them at one point in time. The same with the board of management. Not all of them actually know what they are supposed to do. So we need to empower them also by training them so that they can know their responsibilities when it comes to the formulation of the rules and regulations in the institution. If you look at how we do these rules and regulations, we sit in a staff and formulate them ourselves as though we are the persons who are going to follow these. It is important to involve everybody, starting from the learners and everybody in the institution. If you have a watchman, for example, if you have a matron, and everybody working in the school community, it is good that we formulate these rules and regulations together so that each one of us can know where we are supposed to come in. Otherwise, I sincerely feel that this is just a reminder. Let us not look at it as something new. Let us look at things that we have been doing in the past, and we need to remind ourselves on this. When it comes to the co-curricular activities, I want to say thank you to the CBC, because it is forcing us to do what we had forgotten in the past. Most of the times we would use our time, especially to teach mathematics and other subjects, because of what one of us has raised in the floor, that we are so much examination-oriented, and therefore we didn't see the need to have the co-curricular and the physical lessons, physical education lessons. So we need to improve on this, and I would also wish that we apply some of the CBC tactics that we have been taught with the few classes that are remaining to KCPE. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Irene. Let me go to Dr. Odondo to make his closing remarks before we come to Nicholas Mayo and then Bwana Indimuli.
Thank you, moderator, for real. As we speak today, schools are no longer islands of safety, which they used to be. We recognize that our institutions of learning are exposed to a lot of riots, they're exposed to actions, they're exposed to violence, assaults, fighting, and all this is across the world. It's not only in this country. And I want to conclude by urging all the leaders that we are leading in the times of crisis. And as we lead in the times of crisis, we have nothing else but to ensure that we give clear direction. We give clear direction whether there is no vision, whether there is any vision. But we have to give clear direction, because we are leading in hard times. We equally have to strengthen our self-leadership so that we lead beyond our concerns and beyond uncertainties, to build a strong team to help us reposition our children to the right direction. To us as role models, we must reshape ourselves so that we are the role model for our children. I may just echo one incident I watched sometimes on TV when us, the parents, were exchanging with a principal in one of our schools in the presence of our children. That speaks volumes to us on matters parenting. We have to take the rod and lead the flock to the right direction. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you very much. Let me just request your colleague there to also give his closing remarks. Nicholas Mayo.
Thank you very much, moderator. I want to respond to 2 points here raised by the audience. One is on drug and substance abuse. I Actually, drug and substance abuse should not be blamed entirely on the parent, because we are all parents. What we would say from our survey we made, we found out that the community around is to blame. In Kiambu, for example, we have a drug called LIT, L-I-T-F. It's a substance sold in the nearby kiosks around the schools. This drug costs around 20 shillings, and it has affected our children in Kiambu. Those of you who come from that place know that we really fought against it from the authorities. So we found out that the drug and substance abuse is a problem of the community. Even if a parents try as much as possible in your home, you cannot stay with your child all the whole day with him or with her. Sometimes you'll have to go out. Number two, on CBC. As parents of this country, we fully support it. And we are happy that KICD gave us a guideline on school homework. That was a problem that many parents had, that we are doing this as parents. And I'm happy that one of our members openly say that we have parents who are not educated enough. What I would say as a parent representative is, it is not important that all our parents are educated for CBC to succeed. The role of our parents, as stipulated by KICD guideline, is very clear. I may give an example of an environment, for example. I will only take my child if she wants to observe the sky. Take him out at around 9. If the clouds are clear, she will do the observation, and I'll just stand there and provide security. That's the role of a parent. It doesn't need one to be educated for you to take your child out for him or her to observe the sky. And that's the role of a parent. So, we are happy that we are moving together, and the caps we had on CBC are now clear, and the parents of this country are happy. I'm also happy that you as also a parent, as a teacher, you will support us, because we fully support CBC. The last point I will make is that for us to succeed as teachers and parents, after saying what I've said as a parent's representative, I want to raise the 8th point of Basic Education 2013. It is clear as a function of the parents that we need to discuss and recommend measures for the welfare of staff and pupils at the school level. And it is allowed by law. It is there in the Basic Education Act. And this is an act of parliament. Number one, the first one is promote quality care, nutritional and health status of the pupils. So if there is a child you suspect, we need to call for a test to find out if these children are engaging in drug and substance abuse. So we have roles and we have functions as parents' body to follow, and it is there in the Basic Education Act 2013. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bwana Nicholas. Let me invite Bwana Ndimuli to also make his closing remark.
Thank you. Hello. It's on. Thank you very much, moderator. There are quite a number of issues I'd want to respond to and also add. I hope I'll manage in the 1 or 2 minutes. Yes, as I said earlier, the policies that we are using to operationalize our institutions sometimes are also contradicting. If you look at the Education Act that empowers parents to look at ways of motivating and supporting teaching and learning in our schools, just like the chair has said, this is also enshrined in the regulations operationalizing the Education Act in schools. But again, there is a policy that once fees has been capped, you cannot engage on any extra levies. They all become extra levies that are not authorized. Then we would ask ourselves how many extra levies have been authorized. The PTA chair here will tell you they are in very few schools, but most of them that are authorized are on infrastructure development, but they are not on issues of motivating or trying to support teachers in the teaching and learning. So such policies, when they are contradicting, it becomes very difficult. One act that we have overemphasized in use in schools is the Children's Act. Mr. Moderator, the Children's Act is not domiciled in the Ministry of Education. It is domiciled in the Ministry of Labor. Now, we do not have regulations to operationalize the Children's Act in schools. But when something is done, the act is used to punish the teacher. Yet there are no regulations to operationalize it. This is where I say it needs a national dialogue. And here Amnesty International can also come in. How do we operationalize the Children's Act for use in schools? There is the policy, the principle known as loco parentis. For those who are running boarding schools, there's no way you can release a child to go home for anything without calling the parent to come and collect the child. In that principle, the parent is also supposed to come and hand over the child to you. Even in opening days, they must come and hand over the child to you for you to hand over the child to them at the end. But what happens? It is only the other side that is looked when I'm handing over the child. But the parent is not obligated to hand over the child to me at the beginning of teaching term. Now, you ask yourself, how do we operationalize that with the Children's Act? So the teacher is always found to be in problems when certain actions are taken. Corporal punishment. I've seen in the poll there, Bwana Moderator, many people are saying it should be reintroduced. My view is, why do we want to put extra responsibility on the teacher and the principal on purposes of corporal punishment? Because that will be extra work to us. We have enough responsibility. What led to the outlawing of corporal punishment? Have we therefore looked at it and said that whatever led us to outlaw is now solved, we can now bring it back? In my view, no. We've not done it. To me, it will take a longer process because as a nation, we have signed certain statutes at United Nations which have been brought into our constitution that outlawed corporal punishment. So the constitution will have to change. Then, of course, coming down up to Parliament to remove certain things before it is introduced. Even grown-ups are not caned nowadays. Hata polisi akikushika, akikuchapa viboko, si hao wanapiga kelele. Yeah? So if we want to introduce corporal punishment in schools, then it must be introduced also to adults when they err. Yes. So to me, I will not want to subject extra work to the teacher. We must look for ways in which we are disciplining our children from home up to school. I agree with Madam when you say the living certificate was very important. When we were growing up and going to school, we were always taking care of our living certificate, both at primary and secondary, so that the teacher does not write any advice comment. But today, here I blame ourselves, me included. Even when I know this child has been wayward, in that living certificate, I will not mention. I will always say he was a good student, participated in co-curricular activities, played volleyball up to national level, and when they come to secondary school and I take this child to a volleyball court, the boy and girl know nothing about volleyball. So we are lying to ourselves. So if we want that document to be a seriously acceptable document, then we start with ourselves, being sincere with it. The issue of mean score, of course, that is a big challenge. I know even at one time we were raising issue with the employer when there was something at secondary level that if you consistently record a mean of less than 3, you know, the employer will ask to explain why you have consistently posted a mean of less than 3. So, you see, if I don't want to explain to the employer about my consistently posting a mean of less than 3, what will I do as a teacher? I will look for shortcuts, isn't it? Yeah, I will avoid taking children for PE and put them in a mathematics class. Yeah? So I agree, yes, mean score has been challenging. Yeah? And I'm happy CBC, as it comes up, it is trying to remove that. So let's persevere for the 2 or 3 years coming. We shall have cleared with the 844 and the crazy of exam results and go back to attaining target, isn't it? How do you say it? Yeah? Approaching, attaining, and exceeding. I'm looking forward to when we in secondary school will also be writing those comments that he has attained, he has exceeded, and the rest. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, National Chairman Parents talked about capitation. I want to agree with him that the issue of capitation is very key. And not only capitation, when is it released? How timely is it released? Here is where I call for Ministry of Finance and Education that let these funds be released on time. I know many times it is said that funds have been released and then the Treasury also takes too long to send them to schools and we start blaming the Ministry of Education. But Mr. Chairman, I want to say there is a lot that changes because you said in primary is given 1,000 and something, and then next year, Kingia Secondary is given 22. Why has it changed? There is a lot that changes in terms of preparation of that child in the many other subjects that come in. But what I agree with you is the capitation as it is now needs to be reviewed. Yeah? Even when they get to secondary and it is increased, there is quite a bit that will be required. Otherwise, to all of us, the issue of management of our institution is key, and it is, we are looking at us, everybody looks at us as principals to offer guidance. I'd want to continue asking all of us to continue playing our role in offering guidance even to the teachers working under us, consulting with our seniors where we are in doubt, and above all, of course, engaging with the parents. Though we know the challenges that are there, but we must look for ways in which we can mitigate those challenges. And then lastly, now national to the entire nation, some of the gadgets that we are stopping the children from using, that they will engage in funny activities. I think time has come that we need now to start allowing the use of electronic gadgets in schools. We are talking of the mobile phone, but it can be adapted so that the one to be used in school is for teaching and learning purposes. It is pointless for schools to invest in Wi-Fi, in all other electronic things in school, and the child cannot use. So it's my appeal to the Ministry of Education, ICT, KICD, and our universities. Can we come up with a gadget that can be used by students, which will not allow them to access certain sites, which will not allow them maybe to communicate or ring home unless it is authorized, so that we allow them to practice getting online as they do at home. Because the challenge of mobile phones being sneaked in schools, especially in secondary schools, and I'm sure even in primary, is high. Because this is the gadgets they are used to at home. Why are we now blocking them when they come to school? And they lead to indiscipline. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. What a good place to close this particular panel. And just to thank an excellent panel, a number of points that have come out. I think the first is obviously that, you know, the crises that we see across our schools are really crises that leave children, teachers, and parents in distress. I think it was said that our schools are no longer islands of safety, but they have become places where we must also engage in an epic battle for the national values, for our ethics, and the rights that are in Article 10 of our Constitution. As a personal perspective, I think, you know, head teachers, you will always be on the front line of the ethical capacity of our schools and our communities. I won't summarize the various points, but I think there are some good points that have come up in terms of guidelines that are needed for corrective and rehabilitation of those students that have become violent or have infringed on various guidelines in the school. Secondly, also reduced workloads for teachers, capacity building, and some flexibility. Perhaps we need a CBC and a digital parental program as well. I think that's one of the things that is coming through. And of course, the more that we can have dialogue between parents, teachers, and students, the more we are able to deal with issues that emerge. And I think the last point really is it time for a national dialogue on these matters that we've discussed here. With that, let me thank my panel on your behalf. And very lastly, just invite those of you who would like new calendars. As Amnesty, we are giving calendars to all head teachers for 2022. They will help you to program your peace clubs and your human rights and environmental clubs for the coming year. So please pick up a few of those and take them back to the teachers. With that, let me just hand you back to the moderator to take us to the next session. And thank you again. It has been a privilege and an honor to have moderated this session with you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ilongo and the team. And we are almost coming to the end of this session or this day. We're only having two people who will comment something little, but please allow me just to give you the presents as you walk back to your seats due to time. Thank you so much. Now, very quickly, as we come to the tail end of our program, please, Francis Kalaja, I'll only give you 2 minutes. Then we shall usher in Jaffer Kiprimo Lugut, our senior officer. I recognize you. You were once our PC in Central Kenya. Welcome. We shall, after Kalaja, we shall usher you in.
Thank you very much. National Chair, KEPSHA, all directors present, all protocols observed. Good afternoon. I'm going to take your 10 minutes and I'm going to discuss a very important point. I mean, a project that we are implementing as a ministry. We are calling it Operation Come Back to School in Kenya. And if you can see, you can look at the wall, we have Leave No Child Behind, Take All Children to School, Operation Come Twende Shule. This is an operation led by the Ministry of Education and in particular, National Council for Nomadic Education, in partnership with UNICEF and Educate a Child. For you to be able to understand it, because once we bring these children to school, they are going to be your client. We have been able to do it in 2 phases. Phase 1 was between 2015 and 2019, where we were able to enroll 349,000 children. And phase 2, we are going to start, we have already started, but majorly we are now implementing it, where we are targeting to enroll 250,000 children. And this one was guided by what we call the national census of 2019, where it was able to show that 1 million of our children are out of school. And so we are saying we need to bring them back to school. Out of this 1 million, 89% come from 16 counties. And that's why we are here to encourage the 16 counties, and you allow me to lead them, because we are starting with the first cohort, we are starting with the 16 counties. That is Balingo, Garissa, Isiolo, Kajiado, Kilifi, Kwale, Mandela, Marsabit, Narok, Sabulu, Tana River, Turkana, Wajir, West Pokot, Bungoma, and urban informal settlement in Nairobi County. We are saying the categories that we are targeting for these learners are those learners who have no access to schools. That is the first category. The second category are those learners who have access to school, but they have not enrolled. The third category are those learners, yes, they have access to school, they have enrolled, but they are not attending. And the fourth category are those learners who have enrolled and dropped out. So those are the four categories of learners that we are targeting. And in order for us to be able to do that, we have partnered with the UNICEF. And in that project, we have 5 outcome areas. And allow me to mention them, but I will discuss only the last one because of ICT integration in this component. The first outcome area is what we call communication, community mobilization, and empowerment. All these are interventions that are going to come to your schools, my colleague teachers. The second outcome area is learning environment. We're going to partner with you to enhance or to make a learning environment better. The third one is quality of teaching and learning. We're also going to partner in enhancing enhancing how we are going to teach and also continue learning. The fourth one is mentorship and skill building. This one, I know it's already happening. We are doing it. We have been able to launch the mentorship policy. And the fifth one is evidence generation and policy. On evidence generation, we are using technology to be able to track the attendance of these learners, the retention, and also the progression. In fact, we have an application that we are calling Onekana Digital Attendance Application. It is a simple application that we are going to be able to roll out in the next 2 months. You'll be able to see the circular coming. You'll be able to see how to enroll. It's only a matter of going to what we call the Google Store or Play Store, and you'll be able to type Onekana Digital Attendance Application. Onekana, we mean Onekana into a classroom. And so we are saying, once you log in that, you'll be able to see a first page where you are going to log in and register yourself as the head teacher. Immediately after that, you'll be able to see where you are going to mark the attendance. The normal attendance, but this one is automated, is real time, and you can use it offline. I know we are having issues with data bundles, but you can be able to issue, to be able to work on it offline. You only need data bundles when you are downloading into your phone, and after that, it will be able to capture well. Then it's going to give you the report as you continue. We are having a multi-sectoral approach to this. We are having even the ministry of other ministries coming into play and be able to support us. I'm requesting the 16 counties, the teachers from all the 16 counties that I have mentioned. We have our tent outside there. Kindly come and visit us. We are going to guide you more, and we are also going to communicate to you. But I request that we engage each other in order for us to know and learn how we are going to launch this operation, Come to School. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Now I welcome our last speaker, who is none other than Japheth Kiprimo Rugut, CEO and Doping Agency of Kenya. Please take the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much. The organizers of this important forum, the Ministry of Education officials who are present, and representatives of all other institutions who are invited to this forum, distinguished delegates, invited guests. I am pleased to be here in this important forum, and I want to, at the onset, appreciate the invitation to participate in this forum. I know a question may be asked at the initial stage as to what is the connection between this topical issue of doping in sports and the head teachers who are represented here in this annual conference. I'll give a bit of the history behind what we call doping in sports and the crisis that we faced as a country about 5-6 years ago, and then put the connection in between that topical issue and you distinguished delegates who are here. We all remember that in the early 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004, we suffered as a country through negative publicity. Negative publicity mainly from our competitors, the people we compete with in international events. And most of the time, as we all know, we collect more medals than some of those competitors, some of them big nations in the world. And so as a result of that, the negative publicity, the World Anti-Doping Agency declared Kenya non-compliant. Non-compliance in World Anti-Doping terms would mean that we don't participate in any important international competition. In other words, our athletes would not be allowed to participate in events such as the Olympics and any other event, the Commonwealth Games, the World Championships, the Marathon Series, all those events where normally we go, we collect a lot of medals, come back, and there is a lot of glory to this country. And I would want, even as we listen to what I'm saying, just imagine an Olympic event in the world, anytime, anywhere, without Kenyan athletes participating. It would basically be lifeless. And we faced that crisis in the year 2016 when we almost banned from participating in the Rio Olympics. And so as a result of that, Kenya passed the Anti-Doping Act number 5 of 2016. And as a result, the compliance ban which had been placed on Kenya was lifted thereafter. It was a big ceremony. It meant that we were going to Rio Olympics in the month of July, August 2016. Now, what is the mandate of the new agency which was then created in 2016? The first one, of course, is sharing of information, anti-doping information, and also values-based education. And that is where I'm going to put the connection between what we do in the sporting field and what we are talking about here today to you as delegates in this important forum. The second mandate for ADAC is effective doping tests. Effective in as much as we don't do just numbers. We don't say that we have collected 100 samples. We have collected 1,000 samples. How have we spread those tests? How have we selected the people we are going to test, from whom the samples we are going to collect come from? Is it based on any intelligence? Are we suspecting that those participating in a certain discipline, in a certain event, be it a marathon, be it weightlifting, be it boxing, be it basketball, are the ones who are likely to use a prohibited substance and be able now, therefore, to win, and by winning, they are cheating. The issue here is all about integrity. You win a medal and you want to win it clean. If you win a medal, the national anthem of this country will be sung or will be played at the podium at the medal ceremony. Is that being played in a genuine way? Is it a medal which has been won by somebody who played clean? Or is it a medal which is won after cheating? Those are the integrity issues that we'll talk about shortly. And that is why we then come up with the issue of intelligence gathering investigations. So that if people are preparing for a marathon, for example, in 6 months, what are the substances that they are likely to use to enhance their performance in the period leading to that major event? And how are we able to track them? How are we able to test them? What is the best time to test so that you can have traces of those prohibited substances in their samples, in their bodies? And of course, once that is traced and tested positively in the laboratory, then we come to the next stage of results management. What sanctions, what punishments are we going to give to those who are found guilty of that wrongdoing? Those are the main activities of the agency as stated by law under that Anti-Doping Act number 5 of 2016. Now, then comes the connection, and that is why I'll spend a bit more time here. Anti-doping education and research, that is one of our main core functions. And here, we focus on deterrence and prevention. By the time we do the test and we get the athlete positive for a prohibited substance, that is really at the tail end. What do we do to avoid reaching that position of a positive test? We need to prevent, we need to deter, and that is why we raise awareness, we conduct outreach programs, we do information sharing, and this is in documents which we circulate sometimes at a clan series, and we are able to share that physically. We also use websites, we use the e-learning process. We even distribute pocket-sized documents, something pocket-friendly which the athlete can carry with him, so that in the event that that athlete is unwell, that he needs treatment, she needs treatment for a certain injury, she is able to scan through and maybe share even with the doctor or the clinician, whoever is handling the case, to say that I am an athlete, I am likely to participate in an event in another 2 or 3 weeks, 1 month, 2 months, and so even the treatment you are going to give me, let it not include these substances, so that they should not be found guilty or positive when the test is done. Anti-doping education, normally we conduct it in workshops, and I'm sure you've seen in most major events, when we have competitions in the provinces, in the districts, in the counties now, we do have outreach programs and workshops to build competence and to share the information. The most important, and the number 4 here on my bulletins, I mean in the bullets shared on the screen, is the values-based education. And this is where we really want to connect with you, distinguished delegates, because our conviction, and this one is shared worldwide, is that issues of integrity, you need to build them up from fairly early. By the time when our athletes reach the elite status, the national and international competitions that they participate in, most of the time the motivation is slightly different. Sometimes the motivation is money. Sometimes the competition of, the peer pressure. People saying that in our village, so-and-so participated and won, went to the Olympics, went elsewhere, the marathons. Diamond League and so on, came back and bought a piece of land, built a permanent house for his parents, built a petrol station in the village, and so on. You know, those kind of peer pressure, where somebody now starts looking at sports in terms of what can I gain out of it. And by that time, the motivation is totally different. But we are looking at the younger generation, slightly younger, before they go into elite status, and we want to capture their values at that point, so that the children under 14 years start recognizing right from wrong. They start saying that it is wrong to cheat. Competition is about making friends. Competition is about being healthy. Competition is about teamwork outside in the field, and so on, regardless of whether you are winning or you are losing, but you have participated in the event. And that is why we want to approach this forum with that request, so that as we mainstream this values-based education in schools, we are requesting for the participation and for the goodwill of the team represented here. I'll just close over the second, that is the standards and compliance, just to mention the other activities that we do, even as we come back to talk about the value-based approach. This is intelligence and investigation, which I mentioned earlier, testing in and out of competition. We take urine samples, we take blood samples, we do APP profiles. APP means athlete biological profile. In other words, we look at the blood of an athlete over a period of time, just to notice, whatever characteristics that blood has over a period of time. Is it a normal? Does it follow the normal pattern for human organ tests which we do? Or are there spikes which may indicate that the performance at a certain point is not normal? Are there dips which might indicate that there is a depressed status in the quality of that blood? This, studied over time, will be able to show either suspicious elements, and as a result of that, we are able to trace where cheating is done. Therapeutic use exemptions, of course, I mentioned earlier that when an athlete is suffering from any ailment, we need to know so that should he or she be preparing for a competition, then we need to prescribe the right kind of drugs, not the drugs which, when tested later, will give a positive and therefore a wrong result. But in the event that the health of that athlete requires that intervention in terms of the medicine prescribed, then he or she is given a certificate indicating that he or she had to use those drugs because the health of that athlete also is more important at that point than the mere fact that she is going to compete or is going to compete in an event. Results management, I'll not dwell so much on that because this is the tail end. That is what happens once we have the results back from the laboratory, and we need to take a process through those stated mechanisms, the results management panel, sports disputes tribunal, and sometimes even the criminal courts, where we feel that there is a criminal wrongdoing in the whole activity. And sometimes we elevate this to the Court of Arbitration for Sports in Lausanne. But let's go back to what we said earlier, prevention of doping, and this is where it concerns us most. In the year 2018, the agency partnered with the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, KICD, to mainstream values-based education, VBE in short, in the competent-based curriculum. What we have heard the earlier speakers talking about now, incoming still a bit of debate out there, but let's not mind the debate. The issue is a new approach to learning. And we feel that is where we can leverage very well, because part of the values that we are advocating in the value-based education, which I mentioned earlier, is let the child embrace the positive values of sport, participate in sport to improve his own or her own health, encourage teamwork, encourage the social well-being of operating in a team without necessarily looking at the other person as an enemy just because the other person became number one in a competition. But appreciating the fact that it is a game, it is a positive thing for all of us. All of us have won because we have participated, regardless of who became number one, who became number two, who became number three. And the moment we inculcate that kind of value in a child, we believe that the child will grow better values. By the time when the other motivations, which I've mentioned about money and so on, and glory, self-glory come into play, that person will be able to choose and say, no, I don't want to go that direction because my values don't allow me to go there. And in the year 2021, the agency participated in the development of physical education and sports policy. The document that is captured on the screen there, we were invited by the ministry and by KICD to participate in that. And the policy objective number 2 states that to promote talent and protect clean sport for all learners. We are underlining the issue of clean sport because the moment we have cheating in sports, the moment somebody takes a substance so that he becomes number one, the moment somebody takes a substance to bulk up his muscles in a weightlifting competition, and therefore cause the other opponent, or rather the other proponent, or the other competitor to be ranked less than him, that becomes cheating. And those are now the values that we believe we need to advocate. So VPE, in short, targets children aged 14 years and below. The agency organizes VPE programs during weekends and school holidays. I believe some of the delegates participating in today's forum have had encounters in such forums. We also want to involve the PE, physical education and games teachers, because we believe these are the best placed to implement the VPE program. Because the daily interaction during school lessons, during the break times, during the times when we have the physical education activities, preparation for games, and so on, most of these teachers are also coaches in their own right, and they prepare the athletes, or rather the sports persons in their schools from that early age for competitions, either at the zonal levels, at the district, at the county levels, going up. And as we know, talent in Kenya especially is something which develops on a daily basis. The people we saw a few years back, the Rudishas, or a few years ago, may not be on the scene anymore. Ezekiel Kemboi is more or less faded out. But we have other new 800-meter champions. We have other steeplechase champions coming up. And so we feel that developing this from that stage and inculcating the right values to them, what I have now enumerated in the spirit of sport values. First of all, we mention health, because physical education is one forum for encouraging healthy growth. But let me also put it this way. Some of the prohibited substances that we talk about, and there are many of them have a very high risk in terms of the health of a person. Somebody using steroids today the lifespan is not likely to go beyond 35 years, 30 years maximum. Some of the effects of the prohibited substances on the health of the persons using them are not even in the long term. They are in the short term, medium term, between 3 years and 7 years. And so again, as we talk about health here, we are talking both in the physical development of the body, but we are also talking about how do these young people perceive these prohibited substances. It's not the winning that comes at the end, but the destruction that happens to the human body in between. And as I've said, it is mostly short-term. It doesn't go beyond 10 years. And so that means among the people we know, the big names we know, the moment they use prohibited substances, we are not likely to hear about them after 30 years. By the time they are 35, their bodies are destroyed through cancer, through high blood pressure, through heart failure, and so on. Ethics, fair play, and honesty. These are the values we want to inculcate in our young people as they grow up. Excellence in performance encouraged through training, through physical exercise, through toning the body to be able to withstand the challenges of the rigorous competition. Character and education, again, very important. But then fun and joy, because games is all about fun. Sport is all about, as I said, mingling with others, competing with them, and enjoying that free space. Teamwork, dedication and commitment, respect for rules and laws, because again, discipline comes with how do you play this game? What are the rules? What manages the game of boxing, for example? Do you hit below the belt or above the belt or a certain area? Are there areas which you are supposed not to hit? And when you hit, what are the consequences? Those are issues of respect for rules and laws, the regulations that govern the various disciplines. Respect for yourself, respect for the other participants, courage, community, and solidarity. There is a short video as we finish, about 2 minutes if we can play. Just watch it, it's about 1.5 minutes. And as we watch it, I'll just make a short narrative of what we observe in that video. The first one is teamwork. All those people are participating together. And we want to encourage, they are filling water in some tumblers. So as the water fills, somebody else comes and blows, that small object into the next tumbler. And you can see the joy and fun, all of them participating together, each of them having a role to play. And what we are encouraging is that each of them should respect what the other one is doing. And so there is fun, there is joy. At the same time, there is what we said, commitment. You cannot do what you are expected to do if you are not committed. The opportunity will pass you by. Yeah? So there should be dedication. But cutting across is the issue of honesty. Are those children playing fair? Are they following rules? There is one who is supposed to scoop water in a sponge and go and fill it in a container, but in the process scoops water in the other hand and goes and adds the water. That is cheating. So again, we are talking about honesty. Honesty, teamwork, the fun of it all. That is what we try to teach in value-based education. So that brings us, as we close, to what are we telling the participants. What we are saying is that teachers are key to the successful implementation of the values-based education. We have organized workshops so far in primary schools around the country, particularly in the following counties: Kakamega, Vihiga, Murang'a, Kitale, Nandi, Busia. We still aim to reach out to many other of the counties. We are appealing to the participants of this forum that we need your goodwill so that this becomes successful, and we believe that we shall have participated even in changing the culture, because we believe some of the issues facing us as a country now, the issues of integrity, the issues of corruption and so on, would be weeded out if we start earlier to teach the kind of values that we are talking about here. People working together, people enjoying, the spirit of sport without teaching. And so what are we saying? We are reimagining the future. We are reimagining the future by innovations. We have introduced the e-learning platform, the paperless data collection. We are using social media. But most important today, we want to forge a partnership with KEPSHA, and maybe later, I saw my friend Mr. Indimuli here, maybe even the Secondary Teachers Association, so that we use forums like this to ensure that the message that we want to pass across, and it's not only for sport now, we are passing it for posterity, we are passing it for the country, to embrace positive values, the values which avoid cheating, the values which avoid shortcuts, the values which avoid those illegalities that we've mentioned before, so that if we have the goodwill of this forum and other forums to come, we believe we shall develop a better country for ourselves, for posterity, for those who are coming after us. Thank you very much, and have a blessed end of the year.
Thank you very much, Bwana Ugut. Mr. Ugut is one of the senior career administrators in this country. Thank you for that time that you have accorded us. Now we have come to the end, and I'm sure it has been a very heavy day, but God was on our side. We have gone through all what we had in our programs. Announcements. Praise tomorrow, we have a very, very important day, whereby our employer, the Teacher Service Commission, will be our guest of honor, led by our chair and the CEO. So I'm urging every one of us to come as early as possible, because the program will flow from 8. By 9, the guests will be seated. From here, we have permission to visit our tents, tour our exhibition tents, and see what we have on the ground. Our guests, we shall provide lunch, and I will urge Madam Winnie to lead the team immediately after the players. You lead our guests to the dining hall, and at this end, I request Bishop Dr. Makimei to come and close the meeting and pray for lunch. Otherwise, thank you for the patience. It was, and I agree, you all agree with me, it was a heavy day, but we have really succeeded. Welcome, Bishop.
Okay, let's stand and say the prayer together. Lord God Almighty, we are so thankful that you've continued to give us strength to bear with the program and even to develop our thinking. Thank you for every facilitation that you have received. We want to thank you for giving strength to all the facilitators. We appreciate the information. And it's our prayer that, oh God, we will also get to the stage of implementation where each one of us is expected to play the great role in order to see the education standards of this country improving. How we pray that even the challenges that have been mentioned here, you give us the grace to combat them. It is our prayer that you give us good time this afternoon, and even as we gather again tomorrow, may your sustenance power remain our portion. For this we pray, believing and trusting in Jesus' name. And now the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. May you take blessed lunch.
Thank you, brother. Chairman, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Our bad. Some entertainment, please, as people proceed for lunch.